Another 50 odd people our embassies are in contact with, but maybe a little more or less because some of it is hearsay from third-hand sources. That's the number we have broadly, but I don't want to comment on the exact numbers because that's still an evolving thing, but at least 32 have come out of that. That's broadly what I had to say. Sorry, any other, so many questions suddenly. Okay, go ahead. Maybe I'll start with this. I just saw you after that. Yeah.
This is Raza from the Hindustan Times. This is regarding the PM's visit. Is there any likelihood of a bilateral meeting with the Sri Lankan president, who is also going to be in Tokyo at around that time?
For Tokyo?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
This is Yeshi Seli from the New Indian Express. There have been instances of attacks on Indians in Leicester and then in Birmingham. What is being done? EM has already made a statement.
Sorry, I thought your hand was okay.
Sir Siddharth from Beyond. There have been, of course, reports of Khalistani referendum, so-called Khalistani referendum taking place in the...
Well, so the MEA speaking on the Myanmar issue and urging Indian citizens to exercise extreme caution. The MEA earlier in the day had also raised concerns over the targeting of the Indian diaspora, mainly Hindus and the Hindu temples in Britain. And this follows concerns raised even by the VHP, which is written to the British Prime Minister Liz Truss. We're going to take a very short break. On the way out, a quick reminder for the #1 news streaming channel. Log on to youtube.com/CNN News 18. Stay up to date with the latest news and updates around the world. We love it when you engage with us. Stay with us.
Outside of Delhi. Tata Group Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata has been appointed as one of the 3 new trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The decision was taken after Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting of the PM Cares Board of Trustees consisting of the Union Home Minister and the Union Finance Minister. Comedian and actor turned politician Raju Srivastav passed away today. He was 58 years old. He was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences back in August after suffering a cardiac arrest. He had been on a ventilator since. Tributes and condolences poured in from across the film fraternity as well as political parties. China is now dialing down the rhetoric. Beijing now claims it's willing to make the utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber rattling near Taiwan in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's underwater drones have been spotted in the South China Sea. They are there to deploy unmanned submarines in the South China Sea. The underwater vehicle is about 16 meters long. It's capable of intelligence surveillance as well as reconnaissance missions. Larger size also would translate into longer sea endurance. It can be used for mine laying, for anti-submarine warfare as well. Anti-hijab protests are intensifying across Iran.
Iran remains on the boil. More than a week after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in custody of the morality police for not wearing her hijab properly. Protests erupted in cities across Iran, calling on Iranians to join them against oppression of women. In many places, women burned their hijab as a mark of protest. Protesters also faced off with the police, who fired tear gas shells in retaliation. 22 people have been arrested. Local media had confirmed 3 deaths in western Iran so far. The anti-hijab protests in Iran have taken on international dimensions, with the United Nations lashing out on human rights violations in the country.
A pilot was killed when his plane went down in a fiery crash during a competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop. A detailed investigation has been ordered into the incident. An Egyptian cargo vessel capsized in Turkey, sending a number of containers into the sea. The ship was docked at Turkey's Iskenderun port, and the process of unloading boxes was going on when suddenly the cargo ship just keeled over. Fortunately, all crew members were evacuated safely and no injuries have been reported. A news channel in Illinois in the United States kept broadcasting even though the studio got flooded with several inches of water after a big storm. As they say in the television business, the show must go on. We leave you with this.
Sorry, guys. There's literally a lake. There's a lake that's in the studio right now because of all of the heavy rainfall here that kind of came in. So hold on here. Sorry, guys. So we're on the air here. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, our water is still coming in here, and it's even worse in the back. Yeah.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare address to the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
There's a major crackdown on the PFI. Nationwide raids against PFI in 13 states are going on currently. Opposition-ruled states are currently being raided by the NIA.
I'm sure there would be enough incriminating material to ban the PFI. This should have happened at least 24 months ago.
Back on with the latest developments on the largest ever crackdown internally on any outfit which was engaging in activities that were hurtful to the country. Anti-India activities. It's a massive crackdown on the organization that is PFI. 13 states, 106 locations across the country that have been tapped, and more than 100 office bearers who have been arrested so far. A lot of them have already been produced in court. Many of them across the country who have been arrested will now be brought into the national capital after transit remand has been procured. Now, major recoveries of incriminating evidence have been made. Multiple accused have been produced, like I said, in court. CNN News 18 has also accessed the NIA FIR based on which search operations were conducted. The FIR cites conspiracy to wage war against the government of India. 2 cases have been lodged under UAPA. But the Enforcement Directorate, 40 officers have also gotten out on the streets to try and crack down on the various activities. Bank accounts have been frozen. Huge amounts of cash has also been seized, but so there are cases that are registered even under PMLA. So let's try and see, get an understanding of this entire pan-India crackdown. It's a mega pan-India crackdown, multi-agency raids which have been conducted. The states that have been covered or where raids have been conducted: Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, West Bengal, Karnataka, Telangana, Delhi, Rajasthan. There are Uttar Pradesh and of course Bihar and Maharashtra. These are the states where the Manipur, Assam also has seen raids. So it's as good as a pan-India crackdown which has happened on the various wings, outfits of the PFI and its, of course, subsidiaries and sister organizations. So it's a pan-India crackdown that's happened. Let's try and get you the inside scoop. How this was all planned. More than 3 months in planning, weeks of recce and targeting the locations of those who were the key people who needed to be arrested. And of course, it all started midnight yesterday and into the wee hours today. Step 1 was a pan-India raids that were planned 3 months ago. Then the pan-India, then all locations were verified. Targets were checked nearly a week ago to determine their exact locations. The government monitored the preparations of the raids very closely with the IB director, the NSA, the NIA DG, all present in the control room 1 a.m. onwards. The raids teams to non-BJP states were attached with the CRPF. State police helped wherever it is in BJP-ruled states. NIA teams, including the DG in the control room since 12 a.m., like I said. And, of course, IB in the control room, monitored by Director Tapan Deka, who was present. NSA Ajit Doval was also there, along with at the control room from 1 a.m. onwards. And very clearly, well thought out, comprehensive crackdown, with the ED also giving support and cracking down on those who are involved in the financial irregularities aspect. Ananya now joins us with more details. Ananya, it's been a rainy day, but it's also in Delhi, but it's also rained a crackdown on the PFI.
Yes, Anand, and I would like to say that it's a raining, in fact, knockdown on these terror outfits like the Popular Front of India, and a massive operation being conducted by the National Investigation Agency. More than 100 arrests, particularly pan-India operations going out in all states almost, and a big crackdown on such a terror outfitter, because remember that PFI has been under the scanner of the government for a very long time, whether it's the hijab protests in Karnataka, whether it is with regards to other states in Uttar Pradesh. PFI links were drawn not only in the CAA protests but also in the recent protest over Nupur Sharma's remarks. A lot of PFI angles coming in fact in various other crimes of Uttar Pradesh also PFI links have been drawn. In the Udaipur killings, PFI links were drawn. And now the government thought of going full-blown against this organization, because remember, it is still not a banned organization, but the kind of probe we see, the kind of investigation that is being conducted by the NIA, we might also see that sooner or later this organization is banned by, in fact, the government of India. But a very a big operation being conducted by the National Investigation Agency, being monitored by the NSA himself. So we can see how crucial this, in fact, operation was, that the NSA and other important people were actually monitoring this whole probe. Targets were logged at least a week ago all locations checked, and a very, very clean operation being conducted by, in fact, the National Investigation Agency and the other enforcement agencies taking place.
Well, so far, how many people, how many of the PFI members have been brought into court in Delhi? Are all those who've been arrested, will they all be brought to Delhi?
Well, as far as we know that at this moment of time, as we speak, almost 18 people have been brought inside the Patiala House courtroom. Special NIA judge, in fact, Shailendra Malik would be hearing the remand application that the NIA would be seeking. Remember that only 3 people were arrested from the national capital, and what we are given to understand is that the other 15 that would be produced would be from the other states, from the neighboring states, and for the states from where a transit remand is necessary, the same would...
Tomorrow morning, Ananya, I've got Ashish Merishi, so we'll talk about the financial angle. Ashish, Ananya is saying so far 18 people have been produced at the Patiala House Court, 3 arrests in Delhi, but 15 people are from other states who have already been brought in. Transit has been sought, but the ED has also been active. They went and sealed the Navasheva office, beg your pardon, Navi Mumbai office of the PFI. There were documents that were seized there. Money laundering case on the people, the arrests that have happened in Delhi. Take us through the details. Where has the ED been involved?
So, if you remember a few months back, we broke the story about the ED charge sheet.
Yes.
And, when we went through the content of the charge sheet, it was very much visible, Anand, that this organization is bound to get banned. Because the kind of activities they were involved in, the kind of money they were collecting, it is mind-boggling. Yeah. It is around 120 crore rupees that came into their bank accounts through various routes, including Hawala channels. And that all that money has been used in various activities. If you go through the content of the charge sheet, it says, the money was used for anti-CA protest, inciting violence during the Delhi riots. Then they were also using social media, so money was being spent there as well. There were posters related to Babri Masjid. That was also, if you remember, that was circulated. Yeah. The money was again used there. There was, for NRC and Common Civil Code, again, they were basically protest, and, money was being used. Even for Rohingya Muslims in Myanmar, these activities have been identified. There are so many examples till now. I'll give you one example which says that, in Kaleem Pasha, he's supposed to be the SDPI, which is supposed to be the sister concern of PFI. He received, and there is a Chinese angle, because he received around 5 lakh rupees from a Chinese company into his bank account, and then this company is named Jump Monkey Promotions India. This basically is a Chinese company. For no rhyme or reason, money was paid, and that money was basically used for terror activities. There is another example where, there is the UPATS arrested a person called Kaleem Pasha, and, he was caught with IEDs, pistol, live cartridges. So obviously there was terror angle into it, and around 3.5 lakh rupees went from PFI into his personal bank account. So there's not only one example that you're talking about, there are numerous examples. And more importantly, Anand, money has been coming from various countries: UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. All these countries, money is collected in cash, then it comes through Hawala channels into India. From there the money is submitted into various bank accounts. In fact, 600 individuals have been identified. 2,600 bank accounts, they have gone through, and then they identified that this basically money comes through Hawala channel. Small amounts are submitted into these bank accounts, and further it is shown as donations. So there are various ways and means to get this money, and ultimately using it for PFI activities, nefarious PFI activities, which are basically anti-national.
You've been tracking the financial crimes and also the financial departments or the wing of the government that cracks down on it. Have they done a thorough job? Because these charges will have to stand the test of legal scrutiny, and I keep repeating this, that PFI has got a very strong legal battery. They've got money and they've got a legal battery in place that uses the law to help them and then turns around to subvert the same law.
So that is what I'm saying. There are examples. That is why a person who's caught with live cartridges, a pistol, an IED, and the money is coming from PFI for all this. So there are examples that they,
which they will try and prove and say that there's a clearly subversive activities and interest of India was being compromised.
Yeah. And there has been physical verification. There are so many cases where physical verification of bank accounts have been done. So the person does not exist, but the money is coming into that
money is still coming
into that bank account. There is a rickshaw puller whose account has been used. He doesn't even know for why his account has been used. He is not even aware of it. So these activities certainly prove that. And ultimately, who's the beneficiary? Where is the money going? It is going into the bank account of PFI. So as of now, 23 bank accounts of PFI and around 10 bank accounts of Rehab India have been attached till now.
Rehab India is this community service wing of the PFI, so they have got multiple angles, multiple arms, and each one of them tends to function as they are independent, but they are all connected to this major core hydra, which is a multi-tentacled hydra, but the core is the PFI, and that's the branch, or that's the big trunk or the big tree from where there are many offshoots.
And Anand, there is one more, highlight of the chart sheet, is that they did a search operation. There was a search operation which was done in the south of India, in Unity House in Calicut, and they found that there is basically hit squad which is being carved out of of the entire system of PFI, and their training is basically happening in various countries. Around 1,800 to 2,000 members are being trained,
to become their hit squad.
Yeah, their hit squad, and they planned an attack even on the BJP and RSS, but they failed in the year 2020 because the ED at that point
arrested just about, I think, a day or two before. they were going to do that.
So,
we did that story here.
So these are evidences which will actually help the Enforcement Directorate to build up a strong case, because these cases obviously have to stand on their own leg in the court of law. So obviously they have certain good data with them, good evidence with them, and I believe their cases should stand in the court of law.
And thankfully, left arm that speaks to be left hand seems to be speaking with the right hand when we talk about the investigative wings of the government, contrary to situations in the past. So they all seem to be working in tandem. Ashish, thank you for your inputs. Swapnil Kothari, Pathikrit Payan, and Arvind Kumar Jainji with us this evening. On the Nation at 5. A.K. Jainji, der aaye durust aaye. Will you say that finally they have cracked down, or do you believe ki puri taiyari ke saath aaye?
No, it's already too late in my opinion. I have been advocating it for a number of years. I saw the role of PFI during CA and RC riots at Lucknow. I found out the organizational capacity of these people. Within minutes, they organized thousands of people on road, and OB vans of various media houses were burnt down. DG had to rush to the scene from his office. So, and I have seen it at various other places also during recent attacks on police at Prayagraj and Kanpur, same thing. And so many incidents have taken place, and this crackdown is welcome, and associating ED with it is also very welcome step, because money laundering at large scale is involved, PMLA sections are involved for which ED is competent, and NIA has been involved because in several states where there is no BJP government, they would not have they would not have carried out the raids. So NIA, supported by central forces, is the right strategy, and I think it will yield results, and it will have massive impact throughout the country.
Gee, let us hope that the impact is strong and this stands the test of legal scrutiny. Swapnil Kothari is a lawyer, and there is a reason why I keep underlining this entire aspect of test of legal scrutiny. Let's try and understand the organization structure. This is another big exclusive input, courtesy our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. I have to say that our reportage has been at the forefront of this entire crackdown. We were the first channel to break this information that there is a crackdown that is happening. I'll get to that in just a bit. Here is the information that we are getting. The inner workings of the PFI and how this entire organization is structured. The chairman is OMA Salam. The vice chairman is EM Abdul Rahman. The general secretary is Anis Ahmed. Then there are other secretaries under him, that is VP Nasruddin, Afsar Pasha and Mohammad Shakif. Then there are core committees which are conducted. The PFI operations are handled by 15 councils. The key operations are run by 4 departments. So these 4 departments are the expansion department, the guidance department. They also have a spy department, physical training department. Now this physical training department, one of the aspects is the hit squad, which Ashish Merishi was talking about. And there was similar training that was being imparted with weapons, IEDs, etc. even in Bihar and also in Karnataka when the raids had happened. Overseas wings. The overseas wings are in Saudi Arabia, which is headed by Sharafuddin Pazehari. UAE, headed by Noshad Badruddin. Oman, headed by Ashfaq. In Qatar, it is headed by Dr. Taj Alwa, and in Turkey, it's headed by NM Kuryakal. So these people are responsible for collection there, increasing the cadre base there, and then further going ahead and propagating the objectives of the PFI back in India, and then routing those funds back in India. So this is a multi-headed hydra, Pathikrit Pine, not an easy one. Not an easy one to crack. And if they had to go after the entire organization, they had to go from top to bottom.
Yes, Anand, first of all, let me say that I must congratulate the agencies because if we have to compare it, I would rather compare the kind of coordination with the Balakot strike in terms of the level of intelligence coordination, the kind of logistical inputs, the logistical preparations, the kind of confidentiality they had to keep, the level of coordination between IB, ED, NIA, and possibly even DRI. There was this incident in 2018 when in Jharkhand the PFI was banned, and unfortunately the Jharkhand High Court actually set aside that ban, and that was something that was going in the minds of the agencies, that if you ban it without having a solid, rock-solid, foolproof evidence in place, you don't, it may not pass the test of scrutiny in the court because they have very good lawyers on their side also. So what I think, Anand, that would happen, I'm sure there will be more arrests based on the interrogations and the forensic analysis of all the electronic devices. I think the template that would be there possibly in terms of investigation and thereafter will be the Bhima Koregaon template, because as you peel the layers off, you will see there are sinister, elements inside plants. And, see, in Bihar, there was this report, they've already trained 15,000 youth in arms.
Yes.
So what are they doing with that? Are they actually preparing to wage a war? And that is why the PMLA acts or the Section
UAPA.
121 of IPC, UAPA and the PMLA, both I think they will be charged under. And I think some of them might even go to the court to get some kind of a stay order relief. I am sure they will not get that kind of, because once you have these charges of waging a war, you don't get relief so soon. But, the bigger concern, I think it's just a step one in the whole process. You have to deal with the radicalized lot. I mean, I'm sure as an organization, they have the succession plan in place. The top 100 might be in jail. The next 100 will try to take over, have another name and carry on with the operations. How do you de-radicalize? That is a major challenge. And how do you deal with the next thing? Because, and I'm sure the government is careful about this as well. So there are multifaceted battles they have to fight. First of all, if they go for the banning, they have to fight it out in the court of law. And at the same time, how do you deal with the radicalized trained youth already? How do you de-radicalize that? The de-radicalization architecture is something very important. Unfortunately, the forces in the country, they are so much involved in the day-to-day tactical operations. It's not their job. So something else has to be there in terms of defanging them. That is something very important. Otherwise, tomorrow, like CIMI gave rise to PFI, tomorrow there might be another organization coming up with some another name like Peace or Foundation of India or some Nobel Foundation of India, and then they'll do the same thing. So it's a work in progress, I would rather say, but it's a great step in the right direction.
No, and not just that. See, SIMI, Student Islamic Movement of India, became Indian Mujahideen, and then it became Popular Front of India. See how they evolved even with their names. This is an organization that backed a man who stood in court and said, I don't even earn for 5,000 rupees, but they had the ability to pay more than 1 crore in legal fees as far as the Hadia case was concerned, just so that they knew that if they win one case, they will be able to smother the remaining 999. The other fact is they go in the hijab matter, they go to the High Court and say that hijab is an essential religious practice in Islam. In the Supreme Court, they tweak that argument when they realize that this argument could backfire, and they say, oh, please understand it as culturally necessary. And then they make it a matter of dignity. So that's how they evolve their legal arguments, and they have a battery of lawyers who they can engage because they are flush with funds too. Swapnil Kothari, will this stand the test of legal scrutiny? When you arrest 100 plus people, each one will be tried individually or as a collective. You can ban an organization, but when you get into the individual aspect, you need to have a strong, solid case against each one of them.
Anand, very well put by you, and congratulations to the CNN News team for putting this, especially by Manoj Gupta, the way he put it. I think that itself should be sufficient, along with the evidence that the prosecution will, buttress in the court of law and argue on the basis of that, to show that UAPA, PMLA, IPC, all of these draconian legislations, especially UAPA and PMLA, will be involved, where obviously the burden of proof is extremely pretty much on the accused as opposed to the IPC, where it's on the prosecution. But I think when you put these three together, it's virtually impossible to get bail. And, once they are in the custodial interrogation, they'll sing like canaries. And obviously a lot of things will come out which hitherto have not been come out. Now, multiple agency raids, multiple agencies coming before a court of law. It is very, very rare that it will not stand legal scrutiny. The judge will be more than inclined and more than happy. I mean, he doesn't have much say there at all. Especially, let me tell you, regardless of how much money you have and you have the best defense lawyers, there is very little defense when you have multiple agencies crack down on you at multiple places. So, in law, when you have these kind of, this kind of a comprehensive attack or a comprehensive raid on your organization from all fronts, then there is very little that any defense lawyer, howsoever ingenious or brilliant that may be, he or she may be, will be able to sustain the defense. So the point is very simple, that you are looking at a long amount of custodial interrogation, especially 80, 90 days, easily you'll get it. And then thereafter, of course, you have to produce your charge sheet and then eventually try to get a fast-track trial, because obviously when NIA and all of these agencies are involved, they'll definitely ask for a fast-tracking of these things, and they should. And I think what needs to be done is, apart from freezing bank accounts of certain individuals, I think overall, entirely comprehensively of this organization, the enforcement director will have to work, I think, overnight and burn midnight oil for a long period of time to crack down on all sorts of funding. Not only bank accounts, but there could be other non-official, or should I say unofficial funding as well from different places. Cash amounts could be huge. I mean, I can only see a lot of amount of cash somewhere coming in, because Hawala and all of these things, usually, of course, they take the flavor of bank transfers as well. But other than that, I'm sure there's a huge amount of cash money involved, Anand. And I think the more you dig in this as a channel yourself, I think the more service you will do to the nation, in helping the judiciary, trying to, eventually, because once you put these things out in the public domain, debate after debate, Anand, the judiciary is always watching these kind of things. And it becomes very easy for them.
But that's what happened. No, what happens, Swapnil, is that no matter how much of fact you put in, it's what is argued in court and how it is argued in court, and on an individual basis what is done. See, one aspect, Mr. Jain, is that this crackdown is comprehensive. It's not just that one account, one office, one leader has been arrested, and they have not rushed to ban the organization. They have first decided to perhaps clean up the organization. That perhaps is the biggest step that they would have taken. In the past, we have not seen this kind of comprehensive crackdown, just banning of organizations, and then they have mushroomed or resurfaced as something else 1 or 2 years later.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. But I was expecting all these raids quite few, at least 2-3 years back, they should have happened.
Right.
I think the hitch was that if PFI is banned, some other organization will spring up in its place. So, but this is no argument. This is no argument, and you have to crack down on such people who are getting money from all possible sources, from narco-terrorism also. This is also one of the angles which NIA is looking into. And in Bihar, in Assam, at other places, the information I have got is very, very alarming, very alarming. And a crackdown was required. And I congratulate forces for carrying it out.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Jain, Pathikrit Pain and Swapnil Kothari for joining us, and also big commendations to our team of reporters, be it Manoj Gupta, Ashish Merishi, Arunima, Ananya, getting us the details, and of course all our reporters on ground who've been tracking the raids and the arrests and of course confiscation of documents. It's been a comprehensive coverage by the team, and we've kept you ahead from 6:30 a.m. onwards this morning, ladies and gentlemen. And we continue to do so when we get you all these exclusive angles and in-depth reasons why the PFI crackdown has happened. The biggest ever crackdown, internal security-wise, that's happened in our country. Stay with us. We're going to take a very short break, but on the way out, get on to IndianoftheYear.com and vote for your favorite among the nominees in the category of entertainment.
The utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber-rattling near Taiwan in response to U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's underwater drones have been spotted in the South China Sea. They are there to deploy unmanned submarines in the South China Sea. The underwater vehicle is about 16 meters long. It's capable of intelligence surveillance as well as reconnaissance missions. Larger size also would translate into longer sea endurance. It can be used for mine laying, for anti-submarine warfare as well. Anti-hijab protests are intensifying across Iran.
Iran remains on the ball. More than a week after 22-year-old Mahsa Amini died in custody of the morality police for not wearing her hijab properly. Protests erupted in cities across Iran, calling on Iranians to join them against oppression of women. In many places, women burned their hijab as a mark of protest. Protesters also faced off with the police, who fired tear gas shells in retaliation. 22 people have been arrested. Local media had confirmed 3 deaths in western Iran so far. The anti-hijab protests in Iran have taken on international dimensions, with the United Nations lashing out on human rights violations in the country.
A pilot was killed when his plane went down in a fiery crash during a competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop. A detailed investigation has been ordered into the incident. An Egyptian cargo vessel capsized in Turkey, sending a number of containers into the sea. The ship was docked at Turkey's Iskenderun port, and the process of unloading boxes was going on when suddenly the cargo ship just keeled over. Fortunately, all crew members were evacuated safely and no injuries have been reported. A news channel in Illinois in the United States kept broadcasting even though the studio got flooded with several inches of water after a big storm. As they say in the television business, the show must go on. We leave you with this.
Sorry, guys. There's literally a lake. There's a lake that's in the studio right now because of all of the heavy rainfall here that kind of came in. So hold on here. Sorry, guys. So we're on the air here. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, our water is still coming in here, and it's even worse in the back. Yeah.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare address to the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
призыву на военную службу будут подлежать только граждане.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic, because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight, and the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN.
Dhaliwal, first up, congratulations to you and your entire team at the Special Cell, because you have perhaps been at the forefront of trying to bust this entire syndicate.
Can you please explain to me how such large parcels of land are coming to the Waqf when the owners of those land are saying we never donated this land?
Pulling out saffron flags from temples, and of course there is also from the other side allegations of people chanting Jai Shri Ram in Muslim neighborhoods. I mean, this is a very serious threat to the multiculturalism of Britain.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2014 came with a track record of governance. What is Rahul Gandhi coming with if you're trying to make that argument that presidentship and being the face of elections are two different ideas?
With one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote, Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle.
Back on the Nation at 5 with the latest coming through on the PFI crackdown. All the accused in Delhi have been sent to 4 days police custody. Ananya joining us with more details. Ananya, so there were 18 who were produced in court. Have all 18 of them been remanded to 4 days in custody?
Well, yes, all of the accused persons that were produced before Special NIA Judge Shailendra Malik have now been sent to 4 days of NIA's custody. They would be quizzed by the National Investigation Agency. They would also be confronted with each other with regards to all that is being cropped up by the Popular Front of India. And a mega investigation comes to a big success at this point of time, as we can say that NIA has now been able to secure 4 days of police custody remand of all these accused persons who were actually produced before, in fact, the Special NIA Judge Shailendra Malik. And remember that this mega investigation that is being conducted by, in fact, the National Investigation Agency, not only in the national capital but also across India. 106 arrests, out of which 18 were produced in the national capital today. and they have now been remanded to 4 days of police custody remand. What would happen in these 4 days of police custody remand is that their statements would be recorded. They would be asked about how and how were they associated with the PFI, where and how did they get in contact with the PFI. Apart from that, they would also be confronted with various evidence and the seizures that have been done by the National Investigation Agency in this case, and it would also be drawn that are they connected to the other people that have been in fact arrested in the other states as well. So the multi-state link would be also in fact seen by the National Investigation Agency in whenever it questions in these 4 days all of these accused persons. So a very big success, we can term it as the first step to this mega investigation that the NIA has been able to secure the 4 days of police custody remand of all of these accused persons who were arrested by the terror probe agency in the last 24 hours. Anand.
Right. Now, so far, 18 people sent to 4 days in custody. There have been 10 who've been produced at the CJM court in Guwahati, and they will also be, transit remand will be sought, and they will be brought to the national capital. We're given to understand all the 100 plus accused will be brought to the national capital and lodged in jails outside of their state and outside of their areas where they have a sphere of influence. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of The Nation at 5, but our detailed coverage on this massive PFI crackdown continues into Viewpoint with Zaka. Stay with us.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. You're watching CNN News 18, India's #1 news channel for a staggering 22 weeks straight. The competition does not even come close. The #1 channel on TV and the #1 channel on YouTube. Good evening. The big story today, the massive crackdown on the Popular Front of India. Across more than a dozen states, there have been raids in which over 100 PFI activists, including its chairman, its national president, national secretary, all of them have been arrested. In fact, 18 of the main office bearers have been brought to Delhi. They were produced in a local court in Delhi, and now they have been remanded to 4 days NIA custody. For an organization that has allegedly been involved in all sorts of nefarious activities, from terror funding, terror training camps, and radicalizing young people, this is the biggest ever crackdown seen in the last 20 years. Is the government, the central government, now building a further case for a nationwide ban on the PFI? But first, the story of an unprecedented raid, how it was organized, how it was planned, and how it was executed in the dead of the night.
A midnight raid turned into the biggest crackdown on Popular Front of India. A multi-agency operation was led by the National Investigation Agency. The raids were carried out in 13 states. More than 100 locations were searched by the agencies. And over 100 top PFI leaders and functionaries have been arrested.
You can see these officers over here. You can see that those are the materials which have been seized. The other teams over here, there are many electronic gadgets, printers, laptops, which have been seized from these premises.
The raids were conducted on suspicions of PFI's involvement in organizing terror camps and encouraging youth to participate in terror activities.
This is Chandrayan Gutta, and this is where the PFI's main office is located, sealed and locked. And along with it, there's a notice here which has been pasted. PFI activist by the name Abdul Qadir was picked up by the National Investigation Agency for giving terror training to more than 200 people.
But in some states, PFI members held protest against the arrests.
Slogans that are being raised from the PFI supporters here, they are raising continuously slogans saying there's nothing, no documents that these officials would have found. This is an unnecessarily raid that has been conducted.
From an alleged role in violence in Uttar Pradesh during the anti-CAA protests in 2020 to the alleged links to terrorism. PFI has been under the government scanner for a while now. In fact, the NIA has termed the outfit as a threat to the national security. But after today's crackdown, will the clamour to ban PFI only grow louder?
We've got a big exclusive news break here on Viewpoint on this particular story. The CNN News 18 has now tracked the front organizations and the NGOs that are funding the PFI. There are, we're given to believe, at least 15 frontal organizations, including the Campus Front of India, the SDPI, which is the political wing, the National Women's Front of India. These various front organizations handle the ideology and other public affairs of the PFI. They are also reportedly being funded by several NGOs, all of whom are right now under the scanner of central agencies. So let me go across to Ashish Mershi, who's tracking the story for us and has been tracking the raids since early this morning. It is almost like this is a corporate conglomerate, as it were. They have a women's wing, a campus wing, almost like a political party, if you will, Ashish, the way it has spread its tentacles and the way the PFI has been organized.
Certainly, Zaka, and it's actually worrying for the government of India. Reason being that there are at least 15 organizations which are basically linked, or you can say they're working under PFI. And Zaka, you know, it's a proper structure through which this entire organization is working. You know, if we're talking about Campus Front of India, we all know. We're talking about National Women Front of India. There is All India Imam Council Religious Wing, Darul Qarda, Junior Friends of India Kids Wing. So they're, you know, they're targeting the kids as well. Muslim Relief Network charity outfit, Satya Sarani, SDPI, we all know about it, Women India Movement. So there are, and the list goes on. So it's certainly a structure basically which is well thought over. Most interesting, Zaka, is that there are certain NGOs which are basically giving, which are giving funds to this, and these NGOs are basically getting funds from India as well as from abroad. And these organizations are Shamsul Ulema Arabic College Thodar, Shamsul Ulema Islamic Education Trust Thodar, then Sadhab Wakil Zirkwal Zali Majlis Trust, and there are so many. You know, there are other organizations as well which are giving funds to the PFI. But most interesting aspect, Zaka, is that this money is basically coming from, you know, all the Gulf countries that we are talking about. These if you see the charge sheet of the ED, you know, it's an eye opener, because this money is basically coming from various countries. It includes UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and you know, these countries have got small organizations. You know, they have district executive committees as well, where money is collected in cash and then it is further brought into India through Hawala channels. There are even, you know, there are remittances that have come to India which are shown as genuine transactions, but when the ED investigated, they found that, you know, this was basically, it was camouflaged as a genuine transaction, but ultimately the money was brought into the PFI accounts for nefarious activities and anti-social and anti-national activities in India. So, you know, ED has made massive effort. Their charge sheet, if you go through that, it gives details, various examples on how terrorists who have been arrested by, you know, anti-terrorist squad of Uttar Pradesh, they basically found out one of the terrorists, Kaleem Pasha, and you know, he was caught with live cartridges and an IED. He was getting money on a regular basis from PFI account. So the Enforcement Directorate and the NIA in totality have made lots and lots of effort to find out from where this funding is coming, how this well-structured organization is basically working against the government, and especially you know, creating situations where you know, unrest in India can be done. So these efforts were being done by PFI, and that is why this big clampdown has been done today.
All right, Ashish, we'll leave it at that. Many thanks. Ashish Mershi there, tracking the NIA raids on the PFI. since early this morning. Let me now open this up to our guest, Rahul Ishwar, author and activist joining us. Shashikant is former DGP of Punjab. Maulana Masoodul Hasan Qasmi, Islamic scholar, and Tausif Ahmed Khan, advocate and political analyst. Dr. Monica Verma is also a political analyst. Rahul Ishwar, let me start with you first. The allegations, and this is part of what was submitted in the Patiala House Court today in Delhi, when these main accused, the office bearers of the PFI, were produced. The PFI is being accused of terror funding, organizing training camps, radicalizing people to join proscribed organizations. For an organization that is allegedly involved in these nefarious activities to cry foul, how much defense does the PFI have? Does this defense cut ice according to you?
Absolutely no. Let us be very honest. India is home to some of the great Muslim organizations we have. We have a very moderate and inclusive Indian Union Muslim League. We have an evolving Jamaat-e-Islami. We have a progressive Muslim Educational Society who went ahead and had restrictions on hijab before even anyone saying anything about it. So we have many such shades of organization, and every Muslim organization has worked from India. But Popular Front of India is a hardline Islamist organization who has been convicted, and the people who have been convicted in many of the cases. For example, the chopping down of the hands of Professor Joseph. It was a barbaric act that really shook Kerala's conscience, and they have been alleged in many things. And those people who have went to Syria or Afghanistan, there are many allegations that they are very closely linked to Popular Front of India. So we are proud of our Muslim organization, our holy Islamic organization, but the political Islamist organizations are always a challenge, and that challenge should be met because there is a global ramification. Every Muslim organization should be respected, but whether it is the urban Nazi, ultra, Yedi Narasimhan kind of people, they should definitely be behind bars. Similarly, the hardline Islamist organizations are equally unwelcome in this nation because they discourage the diversity of India and they promote hatred between communities.
Let me ask Maulana Masoodul Hasan Qasmi, just in the state of Karnataka, there are at least 33 cases against PFI office bearers and PFI activists, including the latest case that happened, the murder of BJYM worker Praveen Nattaru, that happened in July of this year. PFI members, at least 3 of them, have been arrested by the police. They were directly linked as having murdered Nattaru. This was part of a larger conspiracy to strike terror among members of a section of society. I'm asking you, for an organization whose members are involved in nothing less than murder, and 33 cases in one state, in the state of Kerala, 27 cases. I can read a whole list out to you, Qasmi Saab. ऐसे एक organization को, why should the Indian state or the Indian people brook such an organization?
Zaka, we from the very beginning, the day these people copped off the hand of the professor in Kerala, we have been demanding the ban on this organization. It is up to government. It should be asked by the government why it has not done, why it has not banned this organization so far. Why? What is preventing to ban this government from to prevent the PFI? What is preventing this government to prevent PFI, sir?
No, yes. So
there
today,
should be no compromise.
Qasmi Saab, 10 seconds. Today, over 100 PFI workers, office bearers, activists have been taken into custody. Do you believe today's action will again strengthen the case for a nationwide ban against the PFI?
No, we are from very beginning asking, demanding from the government to ban such organization who are out to destabilize our country. And not only this organization which are spreading hatred in the country, organization Dharam Sansad who are only openly calling for the genocide of Muslim, people who are openly calling to bomb blast government institution like AMU. Action should be taken against all these people.
Okay.
We have to liberate our country
are bringing a certain
from communal hatred.
Now,
from
rightly or wrongly, I don't believe that equivalence is truthful. I believe it's a false equivalence. But be that as it may, let me ask Shashikant. Let me ask Shashikant as a former DGP of police. One second. One second. Let me get a policing perspective to this, Qasmi Saab. That an organization in which over 100 people have been picked up, like I said, 33 cases in the state of Karnataka, at least 27 cases in the state of Kerala, In Assam also, there are dozens of cases against PFI organization members. Mr. Shashikant, this equivalence that's being drawn by some people, including Kazmi Saab on the show, that, okay, you're going after PFI because it's a radical Islamist organization, but what about the radical Hindu organizations? Yati Narsingh Anand is still roaming scot-free.
Yeah, okay. I hope you're getting me.
Yeah, we are.
Whatever I'll speak today, I'll speak from my background of having worked with various intelligence agencies. You were talking of the PFI. What is PFI? Earlier, it used to be NDF, National Development Front.
Correct.
In Kerala and all those places were active there. Since then, all these activities have been happening continuously. Unfortunately, the governments did not pay much attention to that. Then they made Islamic ISS, which again had links abroad. Then came up PFI, and later on, way back in 2002, I think Simi was banned and his cadre joined this particular organization.
Okay.
And talking of Simi, had links with Indian Mujahideen was a part of the part thereof. It was linked up with the World Assembly of Muslim Youth in Riyadh. It was associated with International Islamic Federation of Student Organizations. It was connected with Lashkar-e-Taiba. All these things have been come up. Even the Huji, that is the Bangladeshi outfit.
Yeah.
They were all links. And let me tell you that most of the funds has been coming from the Gulf. Now, Gulf is one of the places, some of the countries of the Gulf are the places where ISI has its main hub. The ISI has got its main hub in two places, your Nepal and number of Gulf countries. The funds have been coming up, and you look at what has been happening. They had been trying to radicalize even the kids. May this year, there was a rally in Kerala where a young boy who
was used
on the shoulders of his father, that means it must have been 10 years, he made such slogans. I would not like to repeat it. It's all on the social media and everywhere, that people were taken aback, and this video just went viral.
Okay.
All these things have
sir,
been
give me a
happening.
moment. I've got a piece of breaking news that's coming
all
in.
sorts of
This
training.
is what the NIA has contended in court. Let me play that out and I'll come back to you in just a moment. The NIA today, while producing at least 18 of these main accused in the Patiala House Court here in Delhi, has told the court that none of these accused would be allowed to meet with their families, as they are all likely to influence the potential witnesses and tamper with evidence. All the accused would be kept in 4 different police stations, as the NIA does not have a lockup of its own. So these 18 people who were brought to Delhi in the first tranche, they've all been remanded to 4 days police custody, and they will be kept in 4 different police stations, as it were. Let me now go across to Tausif Ahmed Khan. You know, in Maharashtra there were raids today, in Karnataka there were raids, in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Assam, even in Bengal, the state that you hail from. But I want to just bring you up to speed with what an NIA court back in July in Kochi had said while sentencing 3 men who were convicted in a case pertaining to the recruitment of IS terror group for recruitment into the Islamic State. The case was known as the Vallapatnam IS recruitment case. In 2017, after 2 of those who were convicted were arrested in Turkey and subsequently deported back to India. Why should the Indian law enforcement agencies, anti-terror agencies, brook an organization like the PFI, which was supposedly sending people, Indian citizens, to places like Syria and Turkey to join Daesh, to join the Islamic State? Tausif, you have to unmute, please. Thank you.
Zaka, all the Indian law enforcing agencies and the Indian anti-terror agencies, they have to deal with such elements with a iron hand, with an iron fist. And this should apply across the board. When right now we are dealing with PFI, very good, take action against them, put them, to bring them to court, let them go to the trial. But similarly, when we have other organizations, across the board I'm talking about, like PFI calls itself a nemesis of RSS. PFI says that I'm fighting the ideology of Sangh and RSS. And there are there are instances where RSS was involved, members of RSS was involved in bombings, in terror activities, and actions were taken against them. Similarly, there are cases where RSS RSS was on the receiving end, then RSS took a revenge and killed the member of PFI in Kerala. So there are instances, across the board. I am demanding that the PFI should be banned.
Okay.
Why the PFI is not banned yet? Please ban this PFI, because, and I'm giving the reason why government has not banned PFI, because PFI is a creation of RSS. As long as RSS is ruling the country, PFI has to exist.
Sir, how I mean, that does not make any logical sense, because the PFI was formed in 2007 when the BJP was not even in power. I mean, if it's if it's a political argument that you're making that
in order to come to power,
that the PFI
in order to come to power.
One second. People of India voted in 2014 not because of one second, not because there was this extreme polarization that was happening. In 2014 and in 2019, people have voted for development. But be that as it may, I mean, this argument that, one is a mirror image of the other.
Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
Yeah, one second. No, one is a mirror image of the other. Let Monica Verma respond to that, because logically and factually, what Tausif's argument doesn't add up, because PFI was formed in 2007 with the coming together of three organizations: the National Democratic Front in Kerala, the Karnataka Forum for Dignity in Karnataka, and the Manida Needi Pasarai in Tamil Nadu. And this was in 2007, a good 7 years before the BJP came to power. So that political argument, at least the way I see it, at least the way facts bear themselves out, does not hold up. But Monica Verma to challenge
No.
To challenge that assertion, yes.
That is your view.
No, fair enough. I'm saying it's my view, but let Monica Verma put forth her view. Yeah.
I have not completed yet.
Sir, give me 30 seconds. I spent 3 minutes with you. Monica has been waiting patiently. We have 17 minutes into the show. Let her respond. I'll come back to you. Thank you.
Even after Supreme Court, you are doing this.
All right. I think responding to what the previous panelist said, there are instances of hate speeches by certain RSS members. There might be, political killings involved, but don't all political parties in India do that. Like, go to West Bengal, see what TMC is doing. So for me, RSS would be more close to political organization, talking and doing things that other political organizations as well do. But I look at PFI only and only as nothing but a national security challenge. And I say that because I come from an international relations background. I have been writing on PFI for a long time. I have been following the entire debate on radical Islam. The ED report that has today nailed down PFI finally with, tracing the money links from Gulf countries to PFI. I have been doing it from the last 1 year.
Yeah.
So I think, we cannot equate PFI with any organization in this country except probably the terror organizations. Reason being, you look at their money trail, look at the way Salafi Islam is being promoted by the Gulf countries in India. And I think PFI is one of the most frontal organizations which have been receiving the funding from countries like Qatar. And then we have an evolving, excess of Qatar, Malaysia and Turkey, who are doing Twitter storms against the Indian state. They're trying to destabilize the country, disturb law and order through different types of Twitter storms. And we've seen that during the Nupur Sharma case. We've seen that in the latest India-Pakistan match as well, when the Khalistan issue was raised. So I think all these Twitter storms, if you connect the dots, they actually go back to organizations like PFI, because, they don't only get money to do this, but also their father, who's active on ground, has been doing it.
All right. Let me also ask Rahul Ishwar, and this argument that's being made that one is a mirror image of the other. I want to quote what was said by the Kerala government in 2012. And mind you, it was not a BJP government then, or it was not a left government then. It was a Congress government headed by Oommen Chandy. They said that the PFI is repeatedly accused of murder, rioting, intimidation, and having links with terrorist organizations. It is nothing but a resurrection of the banned outfit, the Students' Islamic Movement of India, in another form. Now, Rahul, please respond to the charge that one is a mirror image of the other.
And let me also quote a communist chief minister, Mr. V.S. Achuthanandan, who went on record to say that Popular Front wants to make Kerala into an Islamic state. So it is not right or left, BJP, Congress or communist in this matter. And you may remember back in September 8, 2016, I got a personal threat from the radical Islamist organization, and police was instrumental in protecting. Even then, it was alleged that many of the people were associated with them. And please remember, I don't belong to RSS. No, I respect RSS, but I don't belong to it. But this false equivalencing is absolutely wrong. RSS is an organization. Some of you may have a difference of opinion with, but equating it with an extremist hardline organization is absolutely unfair. If you want to equate, you can equate with people like Satvi Prachi, against whom I have filed a personal complaint because of her anti-Muslim remarks, saying that we need to have Muslim Mukta Bharat. I have personally filed an FIR against her. Yes, there are lunatic fringe in every community, but please remember, Popular Front is a very well-organized, well-machined, oiled mechanism that has every potential to be a national security threat. So we need to take it with that seriousness, with the international connections. Back from Kerala, 100 people went and joined ISIS. This is again not my statistics. Kerala CM Pinarayi Vijayan is giving out the statistics.
Correct.
So the hardline Islamist Wahhabi movements are a threat not only to the Holy Islam, our Muslim brothers, but also to India and the larger world.
No, so Tausif, that is the point that people like Rahul are making. By trying to create this false equivalence, not only are you doing disservice to let's say the RSS or the BJP, fine, that may be a political point of view. You are perhaps doing disservice most gravely to moderate Indian Muslims. Tausif.
Yes, Zakar. So, yes, I heard you. Now, is RSS responsible for the followings? And what I'm talking about is the demand of Hindu Rashtra, the hijab row, which was created by sending the boys students in saffron, then the Bully Bhai app, then even an incident in a cricket match where Virat Kohli's infant was not spared. Now, and it's just a few instances that I'm giving you. I'm painting a picture of what is happening in country before you, and I'm saying that who is responsible for spreading this hatred? If RSS is not responsible, some other organization like Yati, Narsinghanan and other individuals are responsible, then action should be taken against them or not. Because this is the reason, this is where PFI gets its fuel from. PFI says that I'm fighting RSS for these reasons. I am the nemesis of PFI. I am here to fight this ideology. This is what PFI says.
No. So just one clarification as I wrap up the show. I'm completely out of time. These instances that you've quoted, and they are reprehensible instances, no doubt about it. The people who are accused in those instances need to be brought to book. But I am not sure if any of the people arrested or accused in these matters have any kind of direct or indirect links with the RSS. You can accuse the wider ecosystem, you can accuse fringe elements in that wider ecosystem, but direct links with the RSS, I'm not sure if that's been established in any of these cases that you cited. The trial is going on. It's up to a court of law to adjudicate upon it. I am out of time, sir. I'm out of time. Thank you very much. I want to thank all our guests. This is going to be our continuing coverage all through our prime time, because this has been an unprecedented crackdown, a crackdown across a dozen states. Over 100 people have been detained, and 18 of the top leaders of the PFI have now been sent to 4-day NIA custody. Meanwhile, as I wrap up, don't forget to vote for your favorite artist, the one who you feel deserves to be the Indian of the Year entertainment. Just go to indianoftheyear.com and vote. Thank you very much for tuning in.
The world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote. Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle and crashed into the field. Stunned onlookers started screaming in horror. A few people then ran towards the van to rescue those trapped inside. They pushed the van to an upright position and then they managed to drag the driver of the van out.
After the Navy, now the Indian Army is getting ready to shed its colonial baggage. The uniforms and accoutrements like lanyard, which is the shoulder cord, as well as names of infantry regiments.
Good evening, hello and welcome to the special broadcast. I'm Anusha Soni. The upcoming 4 polls for the post of the president in the Congress party would certainly be historical, and historical for many reasons. The longest serving Congress president, Mrs. Sonia Gandhi, who is also presently the working president for the party, is all set to be replaced with the elections for the post just around the corner. Now, while officially the nomination filing process is yet to begin, the likes of Ashok Gehlot and Mr. Shashi Tharoor are likely to contest these elections. Mr. Gehlot has made a last-ditch attempt to convince Rahul Gandhi, but he has denied yet again. Now, these elections, as I said, are decisive for the future of the Congress party, as the grand old party faces exodus and decimation in many states across the country. Not just that, facing stern criticism from political opponents over nepotism and the lack of meritocracy within the party. The grand old party has a lot to deliver, at least in the public discourse. As the Congress party is all set to get a non-Gandhi president, in all likelihood after 2 decades, will the new phase have real powers? Or will the House continue to be run from 10 Janpath? Our top focus.
In the last press conference, I made my position very clear. Then that remains my position. I mean, I've explained it multiple times. Just take a look at the last press conference. You'll see exactly what I said.
कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट जो होता है बनता है वो जस्टिफाई भी कर पाता है अगर वो पूरे मुल्क में उसको काम करना है तो 2 पोस्ट पे काम हो नहीं सकता है तो इसमें कोई बाहर नहीं है जो कि भी मीडिया में आ रहा है उसके अंदर ये इलेक्टेड पोस्ट है कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है इसके अंदर
Well, let's tell you the story more in detail. What has transpired within the Congress party so far? There's been so much of drama, the G23 members, the criticism coming in from within, the young and the old ditching the party. But in the run-up to elections, what has happened so far? Just a brief timeline of events that we saw. On the 28th of August, the CWC approves October 17th as the Congress president poll date. The official nomination process is yet to begin. 30th of August, you had the G23 leaders, the infamous G23, which has criticized the Congress party on multiple occasions. They raised concern over the transparency of the polls. 11 states so far and counting have passed resolutions to make Rahul Gandhi as the Congress president. This once again takes us to the question that how valid, legitimate this entire process is going to be. Mr. Tharoor has also met Sonia Gandhi, expressed intent to contest the poll, and Mr. Tharoor, of course, is one of the loyalists and yet critics of the Congress party at the same time. Mr. Ashok Gehlot, the long-time Congress loyalist close to the Gandhi family, he will contest if the High Command asks him to do so. This is an opportunity of sorts for the Congress party. Gehlot has also made it clear that he wants to continue as the chief minister, but Rahul Gandhi said, we hope that one post, one man. That rule continues to go on in the party. Rahul Gandhi has hinted that he won't contest the presidential polls. He's put that foot down. He said, that's my position. I'm not changing. In fact, no other Gandhi is going to contest election, which also includes Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. And Ashok Gehlot has also said that whatever the party line is going to be, he's going to accept that. But would it be that easy for him to quit the position of the Rajasthan chief minister, a position that he's fought for with the likes of Sachin Pilot? Let's take you through some political questions that come to the fore for the Congress party. What are they fighting for? What is at stake for them? Will Gandhis actually give up the control of the party? Even if you have a non-Gandhi president, will that person have real power? Will the shift of power from 10 Janpat to the position of the president really happen within the Congress party? Will the non-Gandhi, a person, a face like that, be able to reach out to all the factions, different factions of the Congress workers, dynasties, and that problem has existed in the Congress party always. Can a new leadership hold the crumbling Congress? Goa is an example, a case in point where you saw what exactly happened. And as I said earlier, it's a question for Ashok Gehlot and his political future as well. Will he give up that chair of the chief minister? Is that something that he's willing to do to take up this role? Rahul Gandhi has said that he wants that rule of one person, one post to be followed. And will Gehlot be remote controlled by the Gandhis? That's the fear. That is it just a position that will exist on paper and the power will lie somewhere else? Or a real shift of power will happen within the Congress party? And has Bharat Jodo in some way undermined the stature of the new leadership? Because in the run-up to the elections within the party, you have Rahul Gandhi hitting the streets. Yes, he's raising issues of inflation. But once again, the entire focus has shifted back to Rahul Gandhi. And say a tall leader like Ashok Gehlot, does it really cut into their stature in some way? Those are the key questions that we ask. I want to cut across to our senior political editor, Pallavi Ghosh. She's tracked the Congress party and she'll tell us what lies ahead for the Congress. Pallavi, help us understand what kind of challenge and opportunity it is for the Congress party. You pointed out that roughly after 2 decades, you'll have a non-Gandhi face. What is it we can expect?
And I'm sure it's not been easy for the Gandhis to give up the grip for a party which they have ruled with iron hand. But there are many risks involved. I mean, just to step back in history, Anusha, the last time round there was a non-Gandhi who was at the helm of affairs. It was Sitaram Kesri. And the only reason a reluctant Sonia Gandhi at that point of time took charge, because I remember she said it very famously that I couldn't see a party which was built up by my family slip away from our hands. Now, this is also could be one apprehension and worry among those who are in the Gandhi family, that will the party slip away? But I think for now they've made up their mind, particularly since Rahul Gandhi has made up his mind that no one from the Gandhi family, and he certainly won't be contesting the elections. It's a fact, Anusha, that he's never been happy with the state of affairs. He wanted to bring about those big ticket changes which never really happened. And I think in a sense behind his decision is also his desire to teach a lesson to many within the Congress party that run the party the way you want to. I'll be just like any other party worker and you call the shots. But the question which you also raised a short while back, will he actually be like any other party worker? Because, we know the Bharat Jodo Yatra, for example, it's completely focused about Rahul Gandhi.
Exactly.
The kind of media updates we get daily, the kind of focus we see on the Yatra is not about others. It's always about Rahul Gandhi. So for the Gandhis to give up control completely, that's one. Second, very quickly, What is it going to stop the other party colleagues, for example, who may be unhappy with the new party president to go up to, say, a 10 Janpad or a 12 Tughlaq lane?
Yeah.
And in the name of, say, the party is in a mess, we need to bring you back. What can stop tomorrow the Gandhis from actually taking charge of the party once again?
Pallavi, and that's the point I want you to talk a little bit more upon. It's one thing to occupy a chair. It's another thing to have actual power to run the affairs of the party. This has been a stark reality and in fact a conundrum of sort that while you criticize the Gandhis for holding on to party for so long and not allowing a non-Gandhi face to really run the reins of the party, the fear is that if it's a non-Gandhi face, there would be no consensus, no cohesion within the party and it will further crumble.
I agree with you totally, Anusha, because I've covered this party for years. And, you know, for whatever criticism you give them, the glue actually happens from the Gandhi family. They're the glue which keeps them together. That need not necessarily be seen as a compliment. But the fact is, I'm drawing again my conclusion from what I saw during the running of UPA 1 and UPA 2.
Yeah.
Sonia Gandhi refused to become the Prime Minister in 2004. Dr. Manmohan Singh was chosen as the Prime Minister. You know, and she, to be fair to her and also to Rahul Gandhi, tried to give every possible respect to Dr. Manmohan Singh as the PM. But that's not how it worked out within the cabinet.
Yep.
I mean, I remember we were privy to the information that many within the cabinet meetings would oppose him. Some like Pranab Mukherjee were never completely accepting the fact that one of their contemporaries or their colleagues had actually become their boss. Will that what happen in case a non-Gandhi becomes the party president? I mean, for argument's sake, if it's Ashok Gehlot, will others like Chidambaram or Jairam Ramesh be ready to take orders from him? I think that's where the challenge will really begin for the Congress party.
All right, Pallavi, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and getting us all that perspective. We look forward to those elections, what exactly happens. And I'm opening this question to our guest as well. Is this a real change that will come within the Congress party, or perhaps the remote control will lie somewhere else? It's an opportunity and a challenge for the grand old party at the same time. R.P. Singh, who's the spokesperson of the BJP, Swati Malik, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, Kailash Adhikari, who's the managing director of governance now, also a political analyst, and Radhika Ramaseshan, who's a columnist, is also joining us on the broadcast. Swati, let me first come to you. It's an opportunity for the Congress party, no denying of that. Great that you're having elections, great that there are signs of internal democracy. But when somebody like an Ashok Gehlot, somebody who's the chief minister of a state, somebody who has a tall political stature, goes to convince Rahul Gandhi that please take the chair, please take the chair, what does it really tell us about the future? In the sense, will he really have real powers, or would it be the Gandhis running the affairs of the Congress party? Swati.
Anusha, Mr. Ashok Gehlot going to Mr. Rahul Gandhi and saying, please take the chair, is only him expressing his views, his opinion, real desire that Mr. Gandhi should lead him. It is up to Mr. Gandhi whether he wants to, he chooses to file his nomination or not, which is denied till now. And we'll wait till the 30th and see who are the others in the list. But to say that whoever wins or whoever contests and wins this election doesn't matter because the power is going to be with the Gandhis. Well, you know, the election is for the president of the party. It's like Mr. Nadda and Mr. Modi. It's not the same role. It is not the same role as a administrator, as a head of the organization. Is what the election is for, and not for the, not the face of 2020. Let's put it as bluntly as that. So the power, and as far as you said that whether the Gandhis only control, well, the Gandhis are the most popular leaders of the party. The Gandhis are the ones who everybody, even now, you said 11 states have, passed a resolution asking Mr. Rahul Gandhi to become the president.
So on that point, I want to come to you. If 11 states have already taken a call, and Rajasthan, in fact, was one of the first states to pass a resolution of this nature, what is the sanctity of the electoral process now?
Well, let the election happen, Anusha. Let's not preempt this is a democratic process which is going to happen. And I'll just give you 2 brief points to just clarify what this election is about. Anybody who has a support or signatures of 10 delegates can file for nomination. After that, their PCC members will be voting. Who are these PCC members? They're not people who are just appointed by, the senior leadership. Let's put it that way. They're not appointed by them. They are appointed from booth, from where block is appointed, and block appoints the PCC members. So this is an entire democratic process. There is a list of those, of the voters, and everybody will be free to reach out. Right now, these 11 states who have even passed a resolution, we can't stop people from voicing their emotions. And the sanctity we will see and we will all be here on the 19th when the election will be, the new president will be declared, right? We will see the sanctity, and all those people who have a doubt about this process. Now G23, like you said, they have expressed their doubts. Now I just hope they also participate in this election. Mr. Manish Tiwari,
Do you have a doubt that they will
we heard
participate
from
or they will
one
not
of the news
participate?
reports that he's also looking to, file his nomination, which is very good. So please, they should only point out faults or, there have been some breach of transparency when there is one. Just in anticipation and preempting a process which is yet to take place, that's a little unfair.
No, Swati, I would only say that this entire discussion is in a constructive spirit and tone and tenor. This is the principal opposition party of the country. And what happens within the Congress party affects the politics of this nation. And that is why we're having this discussion. Mr. RP Singh, the Congress party says we are at least having some kind of democratic process to elect our president, and before it's over, don't make a value judgment on the process. Don't preempt it. It's going to be a free, fair, and a transparent process. Do you buy that argument?
Well, first, questions are not being raised by us. Questions are being raised by the Congress member only, the senior Congress members. People like Manish Tiwari and others have been asking. Mr. Anand Sharma has been asking for the list of the delegates. They are dotting the list of the delegates itself. So the question raised within the party, one. Secondly, as Palvi was saying, that Congress can't stay without a Gandhi name, and still they wanted someone who's a pawn or who's managed by remote as a president. But the glue of the Gandhis is not working now. The adhesive part is not working today for the Gandhis. So for the Congress, sorry. So whatever they do, ultimately it is going to be a remote controlled system. The four people of the family will decide, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi and two Vadras will decide how the party has to be run, who is going to next state president, who is going to next chief minister to get by chance.
But Mr. Singh, the criticism which is coming in from the Congress party is, you're right in pointing out that, one of the worst criticism that has come from the Congress party has not come from the BJP or their political opponents, but it's in fact their own leaders. Say a Ghulam Nabi Azad or others who have come out in the public domain and criticize the manner in which the party is being run. But that being said, there are parallels which are being drawn, that where is the electoral process in any other political party for choosing their president? At least the Congress party is making an effort. And they're also raising questions about the BJP. That's what Swati also pointed out.
Well, let me just tell it for your viewers and for the Swati also. Our party has a regular election every 3 years, unlike them when it's happening after 22 years. Every 3 years we have election from the Smiti level to Mandal level to district level, and then to the state and then to the national level. And this happens every year every 3 years in January. And the president is elected in that process. And the delegates, there's a list of delegates which goes in public, which goes within the party, and everyone knows who can vote for the presidentship. But yes, we have people who work with unanimity. But unlike them, ultimately it's going to be Gandhi or their remote control person. Here, no one knew that Nadda ji would be the president when last time he was elected, and no one knows who is the next president after Nadda.
Swati, let me just address the elephant in the room. Let me just address it directly with you, Swati. Rahul, I'm giving you the opportunity to respond, Swati. Let me just add one question. The argument here is that Rahul Gandhi, compared to Rahul Gandhi, and I'm not diminishing him in any way as a political leader, he has his own following, his own popularity within the party and outside as well. Congress continues to be one of the principal opposition parties. That being said, compared to an Ashok Gehlot, the political experience of Rahul Gandhi is much, much lower. Compared to the credentials of various other top leaders of the Congress party who have served the country in different capacities, the entire experience of Rahul Gandhi is very, very less. And perhaps that's one reason that he has humbly said that, look, I don't want to get into this, I'm not contesting. But what does it tell us about the party when a leader like Ashok Gehlot has to go and convince Rahul Gandhi one last time? The allegation here is that there is a certain degree of sycophancy which runs within the party. Address that criticism, Swati, head on.
Anusha, I'll just start with what Mr. RP Singh was saying right now. He said, there is an election every year within BJP, but none of us know who was the one contesting against Mr. Nadda. Nobody knows who was the one contesting against Mr. Amit Shah before that. We don't know the other candidates contesting against Rajnath Singh before. So there is no election in BJP. But even if they state so, Please tell me, where is the comparison between Congress elections, which are happening so openly? We all know who are the people contesting, and it's a very open process, a public process rather. We are all here sitting and discussing the members, right? The contestants who will file the nominee, likely to file the nominations rather. But unlike BJP, which is done in a closed room, we don't know who are those people who are voting and who are the who are even the who are the contestants for that matter. Now, coming to your second point, which you asked me, you're coming to your question, which you asked me, whether Mr. Gehlot asking Mr. Gandhi if it's whether the experience can be compared, etc. And you just asked. So that is for Mr. Gehlot. Now, Mr. Gehlot has taken on him to contest these elections. He will hopefully, or most likely, will be filing the nominations as well. But again, if he wants to go and choose and ask Mr. Rahul Gandhi in whatever, even if he's less experienced than him, I understand when you say that Mr. Gehlot has 40 years of active
political experience,
and he's the one who's risen ranks, etc. So I completely agree there. But it is Mr. Gehlot's wish and desire. And
my question was exactly that why does he have to show that gesture? I want to also bring in Kailash Adhikari and Radhika Ramaseshan into the discussion. Kailash Adhikari,
can make a small point, debatal.
I'll come to you, RP Singh. I'll come to you. Kailash ji, what kind of opportunity is this for the Congress party? And with the elections in less than about 2 weeks or 3 weeks from here on, what is it which is at stake for the Congress party? All set to get a non-Gandhi face? Will that be feasible? Is that good for the party?
To answer your question of what is it at stake, it is the entire political future of India's grand old party. So to begin with that, having said that, more than 10 states having passed a resolution before even the elections happening, and Mr. Gandhi saying that he wants to contest or not, they having passing a resolution of the fact that let Shri Rahul Gandhi ji be the next Congress president is like a monarchy under the garb of democracy. And how does power flow in a monarchy? We just saw in a particular country
It's interesting using that word. Yeah.
Yes. So it's monarchy under the garb of democracy. Now, if the Congress party for the first time is feeling the change where other leaders want to come forward and they really want to contest and make it a fair and democratic election, then I think it's high time to do that. They must have done it. They should have done it a little prior, because in 2019, when Shri Rahul Gandhi, resigned from the post of the Congress president after the debacle in the Lok Sabha election, it's not about Lok Sabha elections also. You see the trajectory of 8 years and see the kind of debacle that they have faced in other states. Now, Congress, the principal opposition party of this country, is ruling in 2 states, and that is equivalent to the number of states where even the party which is in power in Delhi also rules. So you can see in 8 years what the party has been reduced to. And I mean, it's high time rather of introspection within the Congress party. And let's not just have an election as a farce. If you want to have an election, then there should be people.
Radhika ji, do you agree with what Kailash Adhikari is saying, that it's a monarchy, it's a farce of an election? Is that a fair criticism or perhaps exaggeration? Radhika ji.
Was this a question to me?
Yes, ma'am. That's a question for you. Radhika ji, if you can hear me, we have Kailash Adhikari here who's making an argument that the entire elections or the electoral process which is happening within the Congress party is not really a fair process, and at the end it will be the Gandhi family which will continue to control the party. Do you agree with that assessment? Radhika ji.
Now, there are 2-3 aspects, and let's look at it objectively. As a step towards reforming the party organization from within, I think it's a welcome step. And to be fair to the Gandhis, they're trying to make it as open and transparent as possible. But having covered several organizational elections in the Congress in the past, I mean, the exercises end up being utter farcical events. The delegates, who are the delegates? There is a well-entrenched patron-client relationship within the Congress, and the delegates are usually clients who depend on their patrons for everything, including being enlisted as delegates. So they owe their loyalty to their immediate patrons. I mean, let's not forget that these elections take place from the grassroots upward. So that lends it a kind of farcical quality to the whole election.
Radhika ji, I'm sorry I'm interjecting you, but I want to understand this from you. Is the Congress party an outlier in having these kind of processes which are not exactly free and fair? or this is largely the political culture of this country? That's how so-called elections happen within the political parties.
It's largely the political culture of this country, but then here we have to reference the Congress as the grand old party in quotes. And the grand old party really did nothing through various decades to reform the process from within. So it's not overnight Rahul or Mrs. Gandhi can take the broom and clean the whole system. No, that's not possible. It is going to be conducted in pretty much the way it was conducted in the past. We have had elections in the Congress, by the way, I mean, a couple of times. And the official nominee always had the advantage of, a winner, and that is what has happened. Well, the difference is that this time the Gandhis are trying to be as distant as they can be, but knowing the way the Congress system operates, I doubt very much whether the neutrality is for real or is it just for our consumption.
And moving forward from the point of neutrality of elections, let's presume a scenario, and it's a very likely scenario, that you have a non-Gandhi face as the president of the party, say Mr. Ashok Gehlot, who's in the fray right now. What would that do to the Congress party? Would different factions be able to come together? What stops, say, as my colleague Pallavi was pointing out some time ago, from certain disgruntled leaders to run to the Gandhi family and say, look, we're not happy with this Congress president, we're not going to abide by his or her orders?
Yeah, well, this was a template which was in, operation during 10 years of the UPA rule. We saw it, Manmohan Singh was a prime minister. And of course, Sonia Gandhi tried to give him as much latitude as possible from the beginning. But in the end, when you saw these ministers at work, if the slightest hint of a problem or a grievance or whatever, they went running to Mrs. Gandhi. And Mrs. Gandhi herself had her own system of the National Advisory Council, which was a kind of countervailing force to the government and which did dictate quite a few decisions to the government. So, if that is the template that was in operation, then I do not think that the new president, who may be a non-Gandhi, who will likely be a non-Gandhi, will get the kind of leeway he or she wants. Because as Pallavi Ghosh pointed out, you have a whole lot of, it's a top-heavy party. You have Mr. Chidambaram, Mr. Jairam Ramesh, and a host of other leaders. So whether they're going to take Mr. Gehlot's decision, whether he's allowed to take the decisions in the first place, these are in the realm of speculation.
Okay, Swati, I'm coming back to you, and we are moving forward from the kind of process you're having. Okay, let's have a scenario where, in all likelihood, you have a non-Gandhi face as the president of the party. And as I was just discussing with Radhika ji as well, that what stops the template of UPA 1 and 2 being repeated yet again? This time, thank God, not for the governance of the country, but the governance of your own party, and it runs completely contrary to what the intention of the Gandhis may be, or the party leadership may be, to have a new leadership, to have reforms within the party.
Anusha, and before I answer your question, let me just clarify one thing to Mr. Kailash Adhikari. While he compared the Congress with a party which is already in 2 states within the country, let me just give a little number which will clarify who is the largest party and who is the largest opposition party, let's put it that way. The total number of MLAs pan-India that BJP has is 1443, whereas what Congress has is 753, and Aam Aadmi Party has only 156. So it's extremely unfair when when experts come and they state that Aam Aadmi Party or a party which is in 2 states is same as Congress Party. I'm sorry, it is not. Congress Party is the only opposition party which has a candidate from every constituency in this country. So you cannot compare the two. It's very unfair. Now coming to your question, whether the control will lie with the Gandhis and whether this election is only fair or whether
I did not use the word rubber stamp. And even when Radhika ji was talking, she said that even during the UPA era, there was much attempt that was made that more power should rest with Dr. Manmohan Singh, but there were factions within the Congress party, within the UPA, that were not ready to accept the leadership. And that's the template that we're talking about. That despite the best of the intentions, that template once again may come into the front and may damage the entire process and may damage the entire intention of having a non-Gandhi face in the first place.
Anusha, my request would be, let's wait for these elections to happen, because these candidates who are coming in, the three names that we hear, actually four. There were few names doing the rounds today, right? So when we hear these names, there are people who are contesting out of their choice, out of support. I'm sure they have those 10 delegates who are going to be supporting them for them to file these nominations. So when people have the support and they're supporting each other, I'm talking about these, like you said, these are, peers who are supporting each other and contesting. And of course, when there's a non-Gandhian face, then there's going to be a wider contest in our opinion as well. Otherwise, people would just, not even hold an election to that matter, to that extent.
Okay,
but
Kailash,
here, when I see,
Kailash, you had a
when we
point to
see
make.
that-
Please go ahead. I'll come back to you, Swati. Kailash, you had a point to make. Please
Just
go
to
ahead.
respond to Swati ji, what she said, I was never comparing the member of Legislative Assembly numbers that the Congress has or the AAP has. My simple point was that states versus states. AAP has 2 states, Congress has 2 states. I never said that I was never comparing the number of legislative representatives that
Yeah, but that's not the substance of the debate.
AAP has.
That clarification is taken. Mr. R.P. Singh, I'm coming back to you. And I ask this to you as somebody, who's been in politics. Congress, of course, is an opposition party, and it matters what is happening in the polity of the country. What kind of hopes do you have from this election? In the sense, will your political opponents and worthy opponents be able to put their house in order? Mr. R.P. Singh.
Well, let me tell you what Digvijay Singh said today, and that will define what you want me to ask. He said nothing can go beyond Nehru and Gandhi, and Nehru and Gandhi will always stay supreme within Congress party. That's Digvijay Singh's statement, today's statement. And so it's clear that whoever gets elected will have to be managed and controlled by the Gandhis, as I said earlier. So it's immaterial, because as I said earlier, that people of the country has rejected 2 things. One is the monarchism or the family run parties and corruption. And Congress has to come out of both. I mean, it's heavily, deeply involved in the family run system and then also the corruption. So put together, give me another 5 seconds. Give me another second. So put together, it was the accidental Prime Minister earlier, Mr. Manmohan Singh was remote control. This time will be another president will be remote control. But all this is happening if Mr. Gandhi is shunning away from the election. His only reason is that he is scared of 2024 election. He doesn't want to take another defeat on his name, because he knows that 224 is a gone case. So why to take that blame on his name?
Going by the record and going by the kind of performance that the Congress party has put in the last 8 years, they have much to do, and Rahul Gandhi would be damned if he took and if he didn't take. I mean, this is clearly an opportunity and a challenge for the Congress party at the same time. All eyes on those crucial elections, and more importantly, once the results are out, you have a non-Gandhi phase. To what extent will the person be able to exercise real power, or as the critics say, the control would lie with 10 Janpath? All of those answers lie in the days to come. Well, with that, it's a wrap from my side. My colleague Shivani Gupta joins you on the other side.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. In the biggest crackdown on the radical Islamist group PFI, the NIA, the ED and several state police conducted joint operations in as many as 15 states and union territories across the country, arresting by last count over 100 members of the PFI today. Virtually the entire top brass of the PFI has been arrested. And it will not be a surprise if the MHA announces a nationwide ban on this outfit and its affiliates soon. This crackdown comes after over 12 years of violent crimes, murders, rioting that PFI and STPI members have been accused of, arrested in, and some even convicted since 2010. The NIA has already asked for a ban on the Popular Front of India way back in 2017. PFI has been growing in its menacing character all that while. But more specifically, in August last month, the NIA busted a PFI module and arrested 26 people in Nizamabad, where PFI was funding and conducting radicalization classes of youth, giving them training to conduct terror strikes and provoking them against the political community with hate speeches. In other words, the PFI is accused of waging a war against the nation. Take a look at the extent of these raids today first up. As I mentioned, 15 states in total, including the hubs of the PFI in Kerala, Maharashtra, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, from where most of their cadres have been arrested today. In total, over 100 people, 106 to be precise that we can count, have been arrested in a sweeping action in raids that actually began with the break of dawn. Agencies themselves are calling this the biggest investigation process till date in India. And certainly the manner in which it was coordinated is also quite interesting. We'll break down those details in just a bit. Take a look at the leadership of the PFI. All of them have been arrested today. So there's Omar Salam, who's the PFI chairman. A lot of these names are actually not in the news cycle too much. Parvez Ahmed, PFI president. There's Emma Rahman, who's the vice chairman of the body. Anis Ahmed, possibly the most known face of the body because he used to give out statements on their behalf for 2 news channels, the general secretary of the body. N. Elaram, PFI secretary. There's Afsar Pasha, also a secretary, and Mohammad Shakib, also a secretary of the body. We're getting more names of their top leadership that have been arrested. Now, the PFI has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. For what many may forget is that they've been connected to violent communal crimes for a very long time. It all began in July 2010 when Professor T.J. Joseph was attacked and his hand chopped off. 13 were convicted. From April 2013 is a case of organized training camp of explosives and weapons in which PFI SDPI members were implicated. 21 were convicted in that case. October 2016, the killing of RSS member Rudresh, a charge sheet has been filed against their members in this case. Similarly, criminal conspiracy with ISIS, ISIL, Daesh. This also is a case where a charge sheet has been filed against members. February 2021, a money laundering case has been filed in connection with the Hathras case. In April 2021, sedition, criminal conspiracy, funding of terror charges against them, again connected to the Hathras case, the charge sheet has been filed. And finally, in May 2022, a few months ago, money laundering case worth 22 crore rupees, a charge sheet has been filed against as many as 8 members of the PFI. You name it, and virtually every kind of communal, violent, anti-national activity the infamous PFI and its political wing, the SDPI, has been accused of. So take a look at their web, the kind of crimes that they've been coming in news too. From communal cases, violence cases in states like Andhra Pradesh, UP, Karnataka, anti-encroachment violence in Assam, to communal murders, specifically in the states of Kerala and Karnataka. They've been rioting cases. Delhi, the anti-CA rioting in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, communal rioting during Hindu processions, Bengaluru riots in Karnataka, all have thrown up links to the PFI. The PFI recently also shot to infamy for being at the forefront of violent agitations, anti-CA, Hathras, violence over hijab. They're also accused of other crimes like gold smuggling racket that broke out in Kerala and money laundering, as I just mentioned. It is also important to reiterate and understand the evolution of the PFI. Its very roots are terror-related. So, you would remember SIMI, the Students' Islamic Movement of India, was formed in 1977, eventually banned in 2001 for their radical jihad mindset and ultimate aim of Islamic rule in India. Meanwhile, National Democratic Front came up in 1993 in northern Kerala. This is basically formed after the Babri demolition. The Indian Mujahideen also came up around this time, around 2000, in Bhatkal, Karnataka. This terror body was closely linked with SIMI. Manitha Nithi Pasara in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka Forum for Dignity, they came up around the same time in 2001. These two bodies were SIMI offshoots. Finally, around 2006, the NDF, the KFD and the MNP I mentioned merged to form the PFI. A few years later, the political wing of PFI, the Social Democratic Party of India, was birthed. This body fights elections and is registered with the Election Commission. And then there is, of course, the CFI, the Campus Front of India, that was formed in 2009. Now, they are alleged to be the student wing of the PFI. Recently, in the hijab case, they've been very active, but they deny any link to the PFI. The big debate that's coming up is this national crackdown, a precursor to the imminent PFI ban. We'll have guests joining us in just a bit. But first up, here's a recap of what happened today.
threat to the integrity of the country. There is no doubt on these things. So I'm deeply worried about this, the funding of the PFI.
ध्यान हटाने के लिए तमाम ऐसी गतिविधियां कर रही हैं, पर इतना आग्रह है सरकार से, मेहरबानी करके देश के सामने जो समस्या है, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, चीन ने जो बलपूर्वक जमीन अधिकृत कर ली है, कभी हिम्मत करेंगे उस पर भी बोलने के लिए?
ऐसा तो कुछ नहीं बताया उन्होंने। सर्च करेंगे, अरेस्ट करेंगे, ऐसा कुछ।
First up, I want to go across to my colleagues joining us who have been tracking these raids across the country through the day. Ashish Maharishi tracks the agencies very closely for us. Nikhil Joshi is News 18 Kannada editor. Vivek Narayan is managing editor South. Pradeep Pallai is News 18 Kerala editor. Remember, these states, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Kerala, are the states where there's been the major impact of the PFI felt over the last few years. And my colleague Arunima, editor Home Affairs, is also joining us. Arunima, you have been gathering more inputs of the numbers that are coming out from these raids. Just give me a sense of what the NIA and the other agencies are confirming to you, because they themselves are calling this one of the biggest operations in Indian history.
Yes, you will get a sense of how crucial this operation was when I tell you that all the superintendents of police level officers of NIA across the country were involved in these searches. A total of 300 personnel at all levels, SP, DIGs, IGs, even the Director General of NIA were up all night trying to coordinate this operation. Total strength of NIA countrywide could be around 1,500, and this includes constables and majority of lower level personnel. So all the top brass of the agency were on the job. When I asked them why this kind of manpower was required, because even for Kashmir related cases where there is threat of law and order, where there is threat of stone pelting, the numbers maximum have gone to 100, 150. The answer I was given was that there were 5 different RCs that had to be probed. There were 5 different FIRs that were lodged, and the span of the case itself, searches were being carried out literally from north to south, from east to west. If there was Assam on the east, there was Goa on the western side. If there was Kerala down south, 19 people have been arrested in the state in an FIR which was registered in Delhi, including the PFI chairman. So if there's Kerala down south, there was also raids being carried out in Delhi. Madhya Pradesh also in the heart of the country, along with Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. So the length and breadth of the country had to be traversed. These were the top leaders of PFI who were under the scanner, the chairman, the national executive members, the vice chairpersons, people who daily, send to their cadre the plan of action.
Right.
So these were the people who were being swooped down upon. 3:30 last night is when the searches began. By early first half of the day, the searches were over. Then the chairman was brought to Delhi in no time on transit remand and produced in the Patiala House Court. And till 26th, NIA has got custody. So till 26th, it has time to question them and get answers about the arms training that was being given, about the terror conspiracy that was hatched, and of course, the funding.
Very quickly, Arunima, it is safe to say that virtually the entire leadership of the PFI is under arrest today?
Yes, absolutely. And not just the national leadership, but also a lot of the districts and the zonal level leaders are also in custody today. Most of them have been arrested by the NIA. Out of a total arrest of 106, 45 arrests have been made by the NIA. Many others have been found, there is evidence against them prima facie on charges of money laundering.
Right.
So Enforcement Directorate have carried out their arrests, and these are people mostly from Delhi, Haryana Zonal Council. Some arrests have been made by the local anti-terrorism squad as well, Maharashtra and Assam, for example.
Yeah. Ashish, on the ED role, I'm coming to you. First of all, as I mentioned, this is the one-of-a-kind, first-of-a-kind, multi-agency, pan-India, as Arunima was saying, the biggest crackdown in one day at break of dawn kind of, operation. What is the ED telling you? Because they've also made a number of arrests today, and the money angle is extremely important as far as such probes are concerned.
ED has played the role an important role because they follow the money trail, and they basically crack down on anti-national activities where, which becomes a predicate offence under Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And here, there was, if you remember, the NIA had first registered a case, and then ultimately the Enforcement Directorate registered an ECIR under PMLA, and a charge sheet has finally been filed. So if you go through the content of the charge sheet that was filed earlier, it absolutely reveals that the PFI office bearers have been using the funds which have been coming from various sources, which include countries like Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Qatar. The money has been flowing from various countries into India, and it has been it is coming through hawala channels, as well as through it is being camouflaged as normal remittance, or you can say business remittance or personal remittances into the various bank accounts in India. But when the probe happened, they found that on physical verification, it was found that though the account exists, the person does not exist. There have been various cases where small amounts have been infused into the bank accounts as cash, because the money came through hawala. It was distributed into a number of accounts, and finally the beneficiary was PFI. So there are ways and means to bring that money into India. In fact, there has also been Chinese angle as well. There, one of the person, if you remember, the person who was arrested from Mathura toll in the Hathras case, Rauf Sharif, he got around 1 crore rupees from an Oman-based company, and when the investigation happened, it was found that this company was basically owned by certain Chinese individual. So it seems to be that the entire conspiracy was hatched. There is a proper system, there is a proper hierarchy into the entire system.
The way that PFI, the amount of money it's been spending, and the associations it has
Shivani,
had
it's
over
around
agitations.
120 crore rupees that came into the bank account of PFI, and all this money has been used for anti-India activities.
Yes, and agitations that they have become the front for. And the sense that we're getting is that it's not really a raid that has been done in a jiffy. In fact, for the longest time, the MHA and the NIA and the central government has been facing a question, why don't you act on the PFI? Because case after case was coming out, and all of the evidences have been studied over a period of months. Vivek, I'm coming to you for the larger picture, because it's really in the southern states that the PFI has had, of course, its birthing and its maximum impact. What are the kind of responses you're getting to this national crackdown? Is this something that people, by and large, in the political circles, to welcome?
Interesting, the reactions which are coming across from the southern states, especially Kerala, which is perhaps the birthplace of PFI and CME perhaps. From there, what we are hearing is the CPM is refusing to comment. The left parties, which at times were eager to go ahead and criticize this kind of an action, are very clearly distancing themselves from the PFI. The Congress, on the other side, which is usually Congress and its ally, the Muslim League, is seen to be soft on minority affairs, but in this case, they also do not want to be seen supporting, because this organization is perhaps, as they say, too hot for them to handle. If you look at the history of PFI, quite clearly, as you mentioned, it is a new generation, a rebirth of what was earlier CME. From CB, it became NDF and IM in Kerala. In North, it became IM. In Kerala, it was NDF, and then it's become PFI. PFI, the way it is working, I would tell you, Shivani, it has two faces. One, a public face where they are seen as people who are into social work, who are actively working for people, and an underground movement which nobody can actually see what happens. If you look at the genesis in Kerala, there was this incident of Professor Joseph in 2010, Newman College, Todupuzha, Kerala, where his hand was chopped. What he had done, according to them, is he had composed a question paper which was quote-unquote anti-Islamic in nature. A model question paper for his students, which was, according to them, anti-Islamic. The professor's hand was chopped. At that point onwards, the focus has been on this organization. Multiple cases coming up, the Narath weapons case. There have been other cases like Wagaman weapon training camp. In Narath, a human effigy was found where PFI cadres were trained to attack it in various ways. There were dogs found, according to the NIA charge sheet. There were dogs found which tail was cut, body had chopped, had wounds of swords on it. So they were all practicing aggressive maneuvers on animals and on human effigy.
One of the big
Not
charges
just that,
against the PFI is that it keeps a ready
ahead,
cadre of volunteers and trained people to carry out physical actions of violence. Now that is where it becomes very, very serious. Pradeep Pillai is our editor from News 18 Kerala. And Pradeep, I'm sure, you know, in Kerala, as Vivek was also mentioning, is the biggest impact of the PFI crackdown, because that's where they've been spreading their wings. But in recent times, they've spread to as many as 23 states that they themselves boast about. Talk to me about the impact that the PFI has had in recent times in vitiating the atmosphere in Kerala first, and then from there on the rest of the country.
Tony, we've come across several documents, several training documents, their constitution and the way they brief their cadre to enable them to train themselves, equip themselves. So one of the motives is to instill fear in the minds of enemies, quote unquote.
Right.
Enemies as they see it. They see enemies in the judiciary, they see enemies in the media, they see enemies in the executive as well. Now, several of their parades were intended to create and instill the fear aspect into those who could oppose them, either ideologically or politically. That's one part. I must say they have succeeded to a large extent on that. And as Vivek has been pointing out, in spite of one-off events, in spite of repeated incidents of training camps being busted, the shocking case of the professor's hand being chopped because he adapted a paragraph from a book and put it into the question paper. Even after all this, we have seen a soft attitude, a soft approach by the both the left and the Congress-led UDF governments that came to rule the state over the last few years or decades. Now, further to this, of course, we have seen action being taken, cases being registered, when we have seen this provocative slogans being put out by a young, small boy.
Yes.
And such cases, the public pressure, the media pressure forced them to take cases. But there has been and never been an initiative from the left or the UDF government to take action or to restrain.
Yeah, I think it also worked out politically very well, because you could always blame the center for not doing enough. This is ultimately a matter of national security, and it became a back and forth. I've had several of those debates, for example, on this show, and every time the opposition leaders will say, if the PFI is so bad, why don't you ban them? But I'll keep that away for a while. It's safe to say, Nikhil, that the PFI has been given a long rope. In that time, the PFI role in Karnataka that you cover has grown, isn't it, over the last few days, last few years? There have been 2 recent murders in which PFI role has come to light. Nikhil, that was for you. Could you hear me?
I can hear you now. So are you repeating that?
I'm saying in the last few years, we've seen dangerously the PFI role from Kerala, Tamil Nadu expand to Karnataka, where recently in a couple of murders too, their role has come to light.
Well, I'll give you 3 examples in the form of 3 cases. Let's talk about an instance that exposes the mindset. And also let's talk about political opportunism that has saved this organization thus far. The 3 cases are that of Prashant Pujari in Mudabidre, that of Rudresh in the heart of the IT city, the capital of Karnataka in Bengaluru, and then the more recent case of Praveen Nettaru's killing on the 26th of July 2022. In the case of Prashant Pujari, the hacking which happened in connection to illegal cattle smuggling and the scuffle that broke out, 13 people arrested, all of them members of the PFI, most of them active. Talk about the case in Bangalore, Rudresh. The district president, Asim Sharif, was arrested in that particular case. Why was he hacked? Because he was societally trying to bring some votes to the party that he wanted to. And then we talk about BJP youth leader Praveen Nettaru's killing. 6 people arrested before the NIA was handed over the case. All 6 are members of the PFI. What was the reason? He probably stood for his opinion on halal and non-halal kind of a situation that had broken out in Karnataka.
And cow slaughter, I think he worked against cow slaughter in his area.
That's right, which is what I'm saying. So it was about non-halal, and he was also anti-cow slaughter, and then they killed him. The NIA came out with a charge sheet. In the charge sheet, they have very clearly mentioned that the idea was to create fear in the society. Let's talk about the mindset now, Shivani. When the then Vice President, Mr. Hamid Ansari, visited a PFI conference in Kerala, it was also addressed by one Mr. Rasool, who spoke about how he glorified the PFI in the first place. Then he spoke about how with a 3% Muslim population in South Africa, they had 13% representation in the parliament. Why can't that happen in India? Of course that can happen in India, but that shouldn't be the mindset. If at all that needs to happen, and increased representation should happen in a constitutional and legal manner, not by creating fear, not by creating disharmony in the society. Let's talk about political opportunism that has saved this organization. Uman Chandy, who was a Congress Chief Minister in Kerala, submits to the Kerala High Court that PFI is nothing but a reincarnation of Simi. What was Simi known for? We all know it. Let's not waste time going over it again. What happens in Karnataka during the Congress rule? More than 1,000 PFI accused persons have been relieved of their cases and all the allegations. What were the cases? It was that of rioting. Why did the rioting happen? Because a Taslima Nasreen article was translated in a Kannada daily and it was published. The towns of Shimoga and Hassan were nearly locked down because people wanted to riot about a certain article that was published in a paper.
Precisely.
So there are these three things.
Of Muslim
You look at
issues,
the political
and in the garb
opportunism
of Muslim identity issues, that's really the crux of this, that the PFI tries to heighten existing social tensions. And clearly over the last few years, it is clear with the kind of agitations that they were at the front of, it was all about Muslim identity, creating this us versus them scenario. I do thank all of my colleagues for joining us, and you've set up my debate coming up. But before that, there is some more exclusive input coming in. This is part 3 of our ongoing investigations into the workings of the PFI and why they've been on the agency's radar. Now take a look at the PFI web strategy as agencies have decoded. The PFI maintains a strong presence online and tries to brainwash innocent youths is the charge that they are facing. But we're also learning that the PFI, while it has a strong presence online, it also very cleverly handles its social media presence. Their main aim is to incite Muslim sentiments against the government and bodies like the BJP and the RSS. A lot of their leadership tweets around this area, around the center, etc. And in furthering the narrative of Muslim suppression, especially in BJP-ruled states. So they'll take up issues in Uttar Pradesh, etc. The PFI is clear ordinary Muslims that they are being suppressed. So basically they push them towards violent jihad. The senior leadership, though, doesn't post inflammatory content from their own handles. They either repost or promote other contents with sensitive material. And a lot of those handles, what we've been told by the agencies is that they are created few hours before they make a post, and then these handles lie inactive afterwards. That's exclusive input coming in from our senior editor Manoj Gupta. My colleague Ashish continues to be with us. Ashish, we have seen this. We've all seen this, isn't it? Because some of their top hierarchy names are not the biggest rabble-rousers on the internet. They're very clever about what they say and how they are seen, because they don't want to invite agency action. But I was looking at snapshots of their tweets in recent times. It is pure identity politics and us versus them politics.
So, Shivani, it's basically a well-structured organization. Manoj has also shared some other details. It talks about at least, 15 organizations which basically work in tandem with PFI, and these are called Campus Front of India, National Women Front of India, All India Kids as well. It's named Junior Friends of India Kids Wing, SDPI, we all know about it, Satya Sarani. All these organizations work in tandem, so they are basically creating a face where they're trying to show that they are basically doing work for the society. But at the same time, it is the other identity is that they are trying to create an atmosphere which is not conducive for the country. They're trying to show to the Muslims that they are suppressed. They need to come forward and they need to fight the current government. That kind of atmosphere. But looking at the funding, that is something really to worry about. There are at least 6 to 7 NGOs in India which are funding. It's not only about funding that is coming from various Gulf countries or from donations coming from individuals. There are certain NGOs as well, which include Darul Ulema Saklani, Sunni Student Foundation, Sayyid Amir Thangal. So there are at least 6-7 NGOs which have come under the radar of NIA and ED, where the money is coming from. So it is basically two phases of this organization, where on the one phase they try to show that they are doing some good work for the society, but at the same time they are trying to create unrest. That is what the NIA and ED is looking at.
Ashish, I thank you for breaking down those details for us. Time for the big debate on whether a ban is next for the PFI. Joining us on the show, Tushar Gupta is Senior Editor, Swarajya Magazine, Abhijit Iyer Mitra, Senior Fellow, Institute of Peace and Conflict Studies, Maulana Masoodul Hasan Kazmi is an Islamic scholar, Arvind Kumar Jain is former UP DGP, Anurag Bhadoria is the SP National Spokesperson. Anurag, one of my colleagues were earlier mentioned about the long rope that has been given and the soft approach by certain political parties against the PFI. I begin by asking you, what is the Samajwadi Party take and stand on the PFI crackdown? Because I believe many times even you have asked for a strong crackdown on this body.
मुझे अभी तक एक बात समझ में नहीं आई कि हाथरस का जब कांड हुआ उस समय सरकार ने कहा इसमें पीएफआई के लोगों का हाथ है। उसने कुछ पीएफआई के लोगों को अरेस्ट भी किया। तो मैं सरकार से पूछना चाहता हूँ, फिर उस समय आपने पीएफआई पे बैन क्यों नहीं लगाया? क्यों आपने पीएफआई को उस समय छोड़ दिया? पीएफआई के लिए आपने काम क्यों नहीं किया? क्या सरकार इंतज़ार करती है चुनाव आएगा, चुनाव का वक्त आएगा, कुछ राज्यों में चुनाव आएंगे तो दोबारा से इस पर कार्रवाई होगी? तो इसके मतलब सरकार की नीयत पे शक हो रहा है। तो सरकार ने कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की थी उस समय जब सरकार को पता चल गया कि कई ऐसे इंसिडेंट हुए? अरे सारे चुनाव अभी चुनाव गुजरात में होने वाले हैं, कई स्टेट में चुनाव आ रहे हैं ना।
पर आप खुद ही कह रहे हैं ना कि स्टेट में चुनाव तो हर साल होते हैं, उस लॉजिक से तो किसी भी साल कोई क्रैकडाउन नहीं हो सकता।
तो वही मैं कह रहा हूँ। तो सरकार, मेरी बात तो सुन लीजिए, मेरी बात सुन लीजिए। मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि सरकार क्या इंतजार करती रहती है? सरकार को क्यों नहीं उस समय कार्रवाई की सरकार ने, जब सरकार को पता चल गया था कि इसमें पीएफआई के लोगों का हाथ है? और ऐसे कई इंसिडेंट हुए जिसमें सरकार ने कहा है कि इसमें पीएफआई के लोगों का हाथ है। तो आपने, मेरी बात सुनने की कोशिश कीजिए, आपने उस समय इस तरह की कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? क्या आप पीएफआई अगर देश के लिए कोई भी पार्टी,
अच्छा तो आपका मेन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उस वक्त क्यों नहीं करी? बट क्या मैं आपका रिस्पांस इस चीज पे जान सकती हूँ कि आप ये कार्रवाई वेलकम करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं?
मैं तो कह रहा हूं कि देश के लिए कोई भी पार्टी, कोई व्यक्ति अगर देश के लिए खतरा होता है तो सरकार उस पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं करती है? क्यों इस पे बैन करती है?
PFI पे कोई स्टेटमेंट है क्या? जिस तरह की एक्टिविटीज PFI के नाम से जुड़ी हुई है, आप उनको कंडेम करते हुए क्यों नहीं नजर आते? ये बात तो ठीक है कि गवर्नमेंट एक्शन क्यों नहीं लेती, वो एक सवाल है, लेकिन आपका क्या है स्टैंड PFI पे?
तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कोई भी व्यक्ति
नहीं, PFI पे बात कीजिए।
मैं कहता हूं
डोंट जनरलाइज इट, लेट्स टॉक अबाउट PFI।
मैं सबकी बात कर रहा हूं,
मैं सबकी नहीं, PFI पे बात कीजिए।
हाँ अरे मेरी बात सुन लीजिए। अच्छा मैं बोल लूं, मैंने कहा कोई भी व्यक्ति, मैं ही क्यों ना हूं, अगर
मैं वो नहीं पूछ रही हूँ आपसे सवाल, मैं PFI पे पूछ रही हूँ आपसे सवाल।
अगर राष्ट्र के लिए कोई, अरे मैं बोल तो रहा हूँ आपको, PFI के लेके सारे नहीं, जिसकी वजह से राष्ट्र खतरे में हो।
I don't understand this tendency to broad base it to everybody else. Let's talk about PFI, no? आप उसको broad base क्यों कर रहे हैं? Generalize क्यों कर रहे हैं? PFI के मुद्दे पे बात कीजिए। जिस तरह के एजिटेशन, जिस तरह के वायलेंस, हजार तो राइटिंग इंडिया में PFI के और SDPI के लोग उसमें सामने आते हैं। I am just asking you a simple question. Do you welcome the crackdown on PFI or not? Not on anybody who works against the country, on PFI.
आपको एजेंडा चलाना है, मेरी बात सुनिए।
एजेंडा क्या है इसमें?
आपको एजेंडा चलाना है, मेरी बात सुनिए। आपने सवाल पूछा, मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ, मैं जवाब दे रहा हूँ, आप बराबर बोलोगे मेरे बीच में।
बताइए ना, PFI पे बोलिए।
हो या अनुराग भदौरिया हो, कोई भी हो। अरे यार मेरी बात ही नहीं सुन रहे, कमाल के आप है भाई। मैं कह रहा हूँ PFI हो या अनुराग भदौरिया, कोई व्यक्ति हो, अगर राष्ट्र के लिए नुकसान करता है तो उसमें बैन हो जाना चाहिए। अच्छा। लेकिन सरकार ने क्यों नहीं बैन किया आज तक? मैं ये पूछ रहा हूं। अच्छा। कि सरकार ऐसा क्यों नहीं करती है? अगर PFI राष्ट्र के लिए खतरा है तो सरकार ने इस पे अब तक कदम क्यों नहीं उठाया?
आज तो आप खुश होंगे ना, मैं तो वही पूछ रही हूँ।
आपको डिबेट करने
ये तो क्लियर लग रहा है कि जिस तरह का क्रैकडाउन हुआ है उसके बाद तो बैन आने वाला है, उनकी सारी लीडरशिप को अरेस्ट कर लिया, तो आज तो आप खुश होंगे ना?
मैं कह रहा हूँ, मैं आपसे कह रहा हूँ, मैं तो आपसे कह रहा हूं, इतने सालों से यही तो कर रही है भारतीय जनता पार्टी। क्या मैं पूछना चाहता हूं। अच्छा। आज तक क्या किया है? बताएं उसने क्या किया आज तक। भाई हमेशा डिबेट तो होती है। हथरस के समय भी डिबेट हुई थी, इसके पहले भी जब केरला में हुआ था तब भी डिबेट हुई थी, लेकिन उसका रिजल्ट क्या था? आप बताइए रिजल्ट क्या था? तब भी आप ऐसे चिल्ला रहे थे।
अनुराग भदौरिया, you want a ban on the PFI? Have I got it right? ये तो मेरा एजेंडा नहीं है, आप PFI पे बैन चाह रहे हैं ना?
मैं तो कहता हूं राष्ट्र के लिए कोई भी चीज, चाहे PFI हो चाहे कोई व्यक्ति हो, अगर राष्ट्र के लिए खतरा है तो सरकार को उस पर कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए।
मुझे ये नहीं समझ में आता, आप ये क्यों नहीं बोल पा रहे हो कि PFI को बैन करना चाहिए? अगर मगर क्यों? Tushar Gupta, I want to come to you because I knew exactly this was going to happen. In countless debates, this has happened. The state governments or state parties, regional parties, opposition parties to the BJP will say, if they are so bad, why don't you do something? Now the scenario has changed. Today, the government has acted. This is a crackdown mounted by the NIA across the country. The entire leadership has been arrested. Do you feel, one, the government has come true to the questions that were being posed to it by opposition leaders like Anurag Bhadoria and others? And secondly, do you believe a ban is next?
Shivani, you know, the problem with the spokespersons of the Samajwadi Party is if the government doesn't do anything, they'll doubt the government's kabiliyat. If the government does something, they'll doubt the government's niyat. And if they end up convicting the PFI people, they'll question the karwa itself. But having said that, PFI has been like a cult. It has been like a cult, you know, one of those cut one head and more shall take its place, that kind of a cult. They have been involved everywhere, from Bihar to Kerala to the Delhi CA riots, everywhere. But it's not more just political question. The question was also about the funding. Where is the money coming from? Because this organization is virtually everywhere. Any anti-national activity, you have PFI involvement. And I must complete your channel, your coverage, which has been on it for a while now. So the question now before the government is, how do you ensure that the funds stop coming in? Because it's not about arresting one leader today. They'll come up 10 leaders tomorrow. They'll print 100 leaders day after tomorrow. The question is, how do you seize the funding? How do you ensure that all the networks where the money is being channeled in India into the activities of the PFI, that needs to be stopped. Of course, there is no doubt that the government should ban PFI. But more important than that, that today should not be the last day of when PFI is being investigated, and I'm sure it's not. But more importantly, more important than banning the PFI is ensuring that no more money flows into the PFI.
Right. So, on the ban issue, I'm going to go across to a couple of our experts, but AK Jain, I'm coming to you first up. On the crackdown itself, we see crackdowns happening in dribs and drabs that has happened against the PFI in the past. But the kind of crackdown that has happened today, it seems it has come from the sense that these organizations are quick to regroup, or they abscond, then they morphize into something else, as it happened with Simi and Indian Mujahideen, etc. So they don't want to give that chance to the cadre currently. Do you believe that in the kind of crackdown the agency have done, across 15 states, over 100 people arrested, certainly the entire top leadership, they will be able to contain the regrouping of these cadres going on from here, even if imminently there's a ban coming up?
No, it's very difficult to say that they will be able to contain it. Continuous action is required. Continuous surveillance is required in all the states. Initially, you know, Simi started from UP, Bahraich. Gradually, it started spreading to other states also. Then Simi turned into PFI. PFI was initially very powerful in Kerala. We used to hear that PFI is very active in Kerala. Gradually, because no action was taken against PFI, it has spread to so many states, including UP, Assam, Bihar. They have come to northern India also. So today's crackdown will naturally have a lot of impact, but central government will have to continue with the efforts. NIA, ED, all these agencies, all central agencies, IB, ATS of the states, state police forces, they will all have to chip in, and only then this organization will be able to control this organization. Otherwise, it has spread like anything in the last few years. So action, in my opinion, is already...
You're saying that even though they've swept the rug under the feet of the PFI, first of all, would you say that they've managed to do that? And if they have managed to do that, this cannot end here. It will still need consistent crackdowns to completely bury this organization.
Yes, continuous efforts are required, and Herculean efforts are required by all the organizations, because PFI has grown very big in recent times.
And they seem to have a lot of cadre and sympathizers overseas as well, in the Middle East apparently. A lot of their, money, funding, etc., but a lot of their people are also associated in the Middle East. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, I want to bring you into this. Do you believe that this crackdown has been, the scale has been managed well? We've all been wanting a crackdown of this kind. In that, the agency has done well. Whether a ban is coming up next or not, I'll leave it for another minute. But do you believe that this is indeed the only way, the best way the agency could have gone about it? That in one sweeping action, you come crashing down across the national network?
Absolutely. Look, the problem here always was that the organization is so wide and it morphs and mutates. See, it's borrowed the Pakistan model where, every time there's a UN sanction on one organization, it morphs as something else, right? And they raise funds under a different name, etc. And they have a military wing and a civilian wing, kind of like, the Irish Republican Army and Sinn Féin, which was the political wing sort of thing. They've perfected this. They've learned that it is in diversity that strength lies. And so they have a diverse, alphabet soup of different organizations that keep coming up with exactly zero diversity of ideology, essentially a multi-headed hydra. So you needed these multiple raids and things like that to happen simultaneously in order to get them at the game. But this brings us to the second point, the ban. Now, remember, the Supreme Court isn't very tolerant of bans going around left, right, and center like that. Because, the problem here is you tread very dangerous territory. When are you banning political dissent and when are you not? And as a rule, the Supreme Court has been very intolerant of bans if you can't back it up. So as a first step, you needed to have these raids in order to collect. There is already enough evidence, but you needed a further quantum of evidence which will come through the seizure of documents, wiretaps, etc., 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 which is exactly why you need the raid. It is the precursor to the ban. You simply can't just ban an organization because you feel it is so. You need clinching evidence, and that is why you needed to go collect this. So this is the first step in a ban. It will ultimately eventuate in a ban. Now, the Indian public and even the Supreme Court tends to be very accepting of bans if there is a crisis. So, for example, if another Mumbai 26/11 style attack happens, they will accept some kind of a blanket ban. Though in about 2-3 years, they'll even overturn it. The thing is, you can't allow for that to happen. See? So you have to show linkages. You have to do your homework to prevent the morphing, like a previous panelist said.
So how do you do that? I was going to come to exactly that. This is still homegrown terror. From the SIMI to the PFI today. The ideology never dies, right? So what do we do against the ideology?
Exactly. So see, the ideology, the problem is it originates elsewhere. And because we live in a globalized world with so much tracking, Al-Qaeda used to do this in the, even before the internet was very popular, they used to do this through the dark web. It required a great level of expertise to get into the dark web. Today, there's like online radicalization modules, which you can even get on YouTube. Right. So it's very difficult to curb the radicalization. What we can do is prevent people from skipping the net or evading the net by saying, oh, we are not associated with them. Maybe there were 1 or 2 rotten apples out there, but the rest of us were not rotten apples. And therefore, you can't ban all of us and then start up a new organization. Because like we know, PFI is basically semi-reformed. So you needed all this evidence of showing interlinkages, of connections, of, a sort of mental meeting of minds, essentially unity in radicalization despite diversity in names and organizations.
Yeah, in the PFI umbrella itself, there's a women's wing, there's a media wing, there is a campus wing, there is a health center, there is a charity body, there is a human rights body. I mean, we just ran that web. So, it's a very cleverly orchestrated, multi-body kind of a web. And they also, of course, have a web of what kind of actions they take in different states. They've been very clever in the way they have established themselves in the minds of the public and even in the news cycle over the last couple of years. Very quickly, Abhijit, before I go to Maulana Kazmi.
And just to remember, when SIMI was banned, even before it was banned, it had created these splinter organizations. Remember, PFI itself was created in 2007 when three separate organizations only in name, united in purpose and in leadership, which were called the National Democratic Front in Kerala, the Karnataka Forum for Dignity, and the Manida Needhi Pasarai in Tamil Nadu. They were united into one to create this. And somehow to give it a sort of southern regional view, it pretended it was somehow different from the northern wings and things like that. And we all know that's not the case. So you have to find the proof for the ban. Otherwise, the ban won't stick in court.
Yes, we actually did run that breakup of how that transformation from SIMI to NDF to all of these organizations, the SIMI offshoots and etc. took place. We can run that one more time on our screen. But that brings me to Maulana Kazmi. Maulana Kazmi, some of the activities that the PFI has been indulging in and has been found to be indulging in various raids recently in Nizamabad is training young Muslim youth to carry out terror attacks in the garb of physical training or karate classes, and in weapons training, in arms training. There was even a bomb factory, etc. Would you say that the PFI had indeed become a danger to the Muslim youth themselves in this country? And do you welcome the crackdown on the PFI?
Shivani, the safety and security of the country should be paramount for any true Indian. I am using word any true Indian. And we are among those who say the safety and security and country is first for us. So, we welcome the raids. We also say that people who want to destabilize this country, they should be crushed and they should be booked. Harshest action should be taken against such elements. And being an Islamic scholar, from the very beginning, when these people copped the hands of a professor simply for setting up a paper against Islam, we are demanding the ban on this organization. But on the other hand, I also expect from my Hindu brothers, from my beloved Hindu religious people to come out against people of Dharam Sansad, who openly says for the genocide of the Muslim, to come out for the people who make sloganeering, ye kaate jayenge, Ram Ram chillaenge. And we are in favor to punish people who say the Sartan Sajuda. But I also want from my beloved Hindu brother to come out, because without coming together against the hatred factories, against the people who want to destabilize my country, we will not be successful.
So काज़मी जी, आपको नहीं लगता कि धर्म संसद की जो आपने बात करी, तो उनका जितना condemnation होता है उतना ही PFI का होता है? ऐसा तो नहीं है कि उनका condemnation नहीं होता?
No. बात ये है कि action should also be taken against all the elements who are here to destabilize the country.
लोगों को अरेस्ट किए, अंदर डाला है, उनके ऊपर केसेस चल रहे हैं.
ऐसा देखिए, ऐसा है, अब भी हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है. हर रात दिन people are competing each other in communalization, in spreading hatred, in spreading hate speech.
Okay, but I get your point, and I take your point. I take your point. The responsibility lies on both sides. But Maulana Kazmi, there is a difference between, elements in society creating disharmony and an organized factory, whose entire aim is to spread terror by committing murders in daylight. ये PFI टाइप का जो मॉडल है ना, वो मार्केट्स में जाके लोगों का कत्ल कर रहे थे with the sole intention of creating terror in society. Bomb training, weapons training, पूरा कार्डर ये लोग कर रहे थे. So that's a different level of radicalization. That's waging war against the country. Spreading hatred among sections is of course a different kind of crime, and I'm not diminishing it. But I'm saying let's not compare it to what the PFI is accused of.
Shivani ji, we say we have to protect this country at any cost. At any condition, we have to protect our country, our nation, the people of our nation, the beloved people of this great nation. So, मेरा कहना ये है, PFI पे आपने एक्शन लिया, लीजिए और लीजिए, पहले इन पे लीजिए, बट और दूसरे सेक्शन के लोगों को पर भी आपको यू हैव टू टाइटन स्क्रू ऑफ सच एलिमेंट्स among other communities.
Can I just invite Tushar Gupta to respond to that? What Maulana Kazmi is saying, that it cannot be action on one side alone, hatred is flowing from the other side too.
Shivani, this is what happens, every time, and I remember from the last 1 year, a debate has happened on PFI. Suddenly, everyone is interested on the hatred on the other side, on other issues of economic importance. Why can't people acknowledge that within us, within this country, not even an external threat, within this country, there is an entire organization, very well oiled, that is willing to take down the country itself, that is willing to take down the state. It's not even political anymore. They want to take down the entire state machinery. Yet the people do not want to call out the PFI for what it is. Anurag Bhadoria ji here wants to say, I cannot call out the PFI alone. Maulana ji here says, I cannot call out the PFI alone without calling out the hatred on the other side. He wants to talk about the other side.
We condemn PFI and we welcome the government action against PFI. We welcome
I think Maulana Kazmi is being more categorical than Anurag Bhadoria. Let's give him that much credit.
Shivani, we are always told that there is this other side.
Yeah, I know. There is this balancing that needs to be done, which I find a little problematic, because I don't think there is any Hindu organization which is at the level of what the PFI was, or what it is accused of. Tomorrow, if there is a group of individuals who are accused of training arms, bombs, weapons, waging war against the country, involved in hackings, killings, terror, inducing incidents, then all for it. I don't think there is a parallel organization like this. And let's not forget that PFI comes from Simi. It hasn't really just erupted because of recent hate in 2014. So that political argument also doesn't stand here. Anurag Bhadoria, I have 20 seconds for you.
मैं बोलूं, मुझे लगता है शिवानी जी आप परेशान हैं। सबने बोला कि पीएफआई के ऊपर एक्शन होना चाहिए, इसीलिए आप बोल रही हैं। नहीं, ये लोग नहीं बोल रहे हैं। आप क्यों परेशान हैं? सबने बोला पीएफआई पे एक्शन होना चाहिए, इस पे बैन होना चाहिए। फिर सरकार क्या कर रही थी? ये फंडिंग आ रही है, सरकार को पता नहीं चलता। इंटरनेशनल फंडिंग आ रही है, सरकार न्यूज बनाने के लिए है। ये इस तरह की एक्टिविटी हो रही है, सरकार को पता ही नहीं चलता। सरकार को पता चलता 5-6 साल बाद। फिर सरकार क्या करती है? किस लिए है? आपके इंटेलिजेंस डिपार्टमेंट क्या करता है?
बनाने में थोड़ा बहुत टाइम लग जाता है।
सरकार को पता चलता है। इसके मतलब सरकार निकम्मी है। सरकार निकम्मी है, सरकार करना नहीं चाहती। सरकार को ये एक्टिविटीज होने के पहले ही पकड़ना चाहिए था, लेकिन जब सारी एक्टिविटीज हो जाती हैं फिर सरकार आती है। इसके मतलब ये जो बीजेपी की सरकार है ये निकम्मी है, ये कुछ नहीं कर सकती है। इस तरह के जो लोग हैं उनको मुझे लगता है बीजेपी की सरकार ही पनाह देती है कि आओ आओ आओ, जब कुछ हो जाएगा फिर हम आएंगे न्यूज बनाने के लिए। ये बीजेपी की, मैं तो बीजेपी में सवाल उठाता हूं, सरकार क्या करती है? सरकार क्या करती है ये बताइए। सरकार की कोई जिम्मेदारी नहीं है। सरकार नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश में बीजेपी की सरकार, सेंट्रल में बीजेपी की सरकार, फिर ये पीएफआई वाले कैसे एक्टिव हो जाते हैं, कैसे इनका फंड आ जाता है, फिर बैंक में पैसा कैसे आ जाता है, इंटरनेशनल फंडिंग कैसे आ जाती है, फिर सरकार इंतजार करती है फंड आ जाएगा उसके बाद हम आएंगे। कमाल की बात है।
Shivani, the problem with people like Anurag Bhadoria is Anurag Bhadoria is rattled because probably he sees the vote bank slipping away.
पहुंचाएगी तो उसमें कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
अनुराग जी चुप रहिए, सरकार को काम
नहीं करना चाहती।
तुषार, I have limited time. Go ahead. अनुराग जी रुक जाइए अब।
Shivani, the problem is
आप बोलिए सरकार, बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं पकड़ पाती है। आप बोलिए बीजेपी की इंटेलिजेंस डिपार्टमेंट फेल हो गया है। आप बोलिए बैंक में पैसा आ रहा है, बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं पकड़ पाती है। आप बोलिए सरकार को कि सरकार यूजलेस है। सरकार
मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा। अनुराग जी, आप इतना गुस्से में क्यों हैं? आज तो आपके लिए भी अच्छा दिन है ना। आप चाह रहे हैं एक्शन पीएफआई के अगेंस्ट, पीएफआई के अगेंस्ट एक्शन हो रहा है। आप इतने गुस्से में क्यों हैं आज? तुषार, आई हैव 10 seconds. 10 seconds. तुषार only.
That's why all this rattled. Because his vote bank is slipping away. He can't on national television for once say that it's good that the PFI is being acted against. Instead, he wants to blame the BJP. He is calling out several abuses for the BJP. My question to him is, what would he call himself? For he's defending the PFI here.
No, we have asked the questions on the central government as much as anybody else, that if PFI is involved in all of these activities, then why is there no action happening? But today the action has happened. So that question must stop now. We'll wait and see how this is followed up. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you the day's biggest stories. Stay with us.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic, because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight, and the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of V.D. Savarkar in a lineup with other freedom fighters. Now, even though the party has never considered Savarkar to be a freedom fighter, party workers then ended up covering Savarkar's picture with one of Mahatma Gandhi. After hinting that he could enter the Congress president's election fray, Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot today met with Sonia Gandhi. He's also expected to be in Kerala tomorrow to make a last-ditch effort to try and convince Rahul Gandhi to take over the reins of the party. A day before Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann was to convene a special session of the Assembly for a confidence vote, Punjab Governor Banwari Lal Purohit has withdrawn his order summoning the Assembly, citing legal reasons. Reacting to the move, Mann has said it proves the sinister design of BJP's Operation Lotus. A hair-racing accident in Assam's Kachar district has been caught on camera.
People were sitting around a field when suddenly a speeding van barreled into a group of men. While some men quickly moved away, 2 to 3 of them were knocked down. The van then turned turtle and crashed into the field. Stunned onlookers started screaming in horror. A few people then ran towards the van to rescue those trapped inside. They pushed the van to an upright position, and then they managed to drag the driver of the van out.
After the Navy, now the Indian Army is getting ready to shed its colonial baggage. The uniforms and accoutrements like lanyard, which is the shoulder cord, as well as names of infantry regiments like Sikh, Gorkha, Jat, Rajput, all of this will be re-looked at. Ceremonies like beating the retreat, names of roads and institutes and parks, which are named after British commanders, will be taken a hard look at. Battle honours awarded to British are to reign in Indian states, as well as, of course, the decision to move the Army Day Parade outside of Delhi. Tata Group Chairman Emeritus Ratan Tata has been appointed as one of the 3 new trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The decision was taken after Prime Minister Modi chaired a meeting of the PM Cares Board of Trustees, consisting of the Union Home Minister and the Union Finance Minister. Comedian and actor turned politician Raju Srivastav passed away today. He was 58 years old. He was admitted to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences back in August after suffering a cardiac arrest. He had been on a ventilator since. Tributes and condolences poured in from across the film fraternity as well as political parties. China is now dialing down the rhetoric. Beijing now claims it's willing to make the utmost effort to strive for a peaceful reunification with Taiwan. The latest statement comes after weeks of military drills and saber-rattling near Taiwan in response to US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation. China's underwater drones have been spotted in the South China Sea. They are there to deploy unmanned submarines in the South China Sea. The underwater vehicle is about 16 meters long. It's capable of intelligence surveillance as well as reconnaissance missions. Larger size also would translate into longer sea endurance. It can be used for mine laying, for anti-submarine warfare.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. A quick check of some of the big stories we're tracking. Amid the clamour from Congress units to return as party chief, Rahul Gandhi today declared himself out of the race. With Rajasthan CM Ashok Gehlot emerging as the candidate if Rahul doesn't fight, Gandhi also said that he expects the commitment on Udaipur resolution of one man, one post to be maintained for Congress President election too. Varanasi court today rejected the Muslim side's plea, asking for 8 weeks before going ahead with the Gyanvapi hearing. The court also issued a notice to the Muslim side on Hindu side's petition for carbon dating of the supposed shivling found in the Vazukhana of present-day mosque. Bombay High Court is scheduled to hear a plea by the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena camp after the civic body denied permission to both Shiv Sena factions led by Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde for the annual Dussehra rally at Mumbai's Shivaji Park. Massive drama erupted in Punjab today where BJP tried to gherao the official residence of the Chief Minister. The party accused the 6-month-old Aam Aadmi Party of failing on all fronts. When the BJP workers tried to force their way through barricades, police resorted to water cannon. Police resorted to lathi charge to disperse cricket fans gathered at Gymkhana ground in Hyderabad to get offline tickets for the third T20I between India and Australia. Police had to use mild force to control the crowd, and a stampede-like situation broke out when the crowd was dispersed. Finally, we leave you with pictures from Kyiv, where residents braved the cold for many hours on Tuesday as McDonald's opened 3 branches in the Ukrainian capital for the first time since the Russian invasion began nearly 7 months ago.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, more importantly, that we want to thank you. Thank you for making us number one. Thank you for making us number one, trusting us and believing in our news coverage for more than 22 weeks now. And we have far outshone the competition, and it is all thanks to you. A 38.4% overall and leaving competition far behind. They are struggling to even keep pace with us, ladies and gentlemen, and we are being able to set the benchmark, set the pace, thanks to you. Thank you for your patronage, thank you for your viewership, and we are on your side. That's the reason we are CNN News 18. Now, this evening on The Right Stand, we are going to focus on various angles, 5 exclusive angles that we will bring to you that shows the reason why this comprehensive crackdown on the PFI was important. This was a threat to Bharat. This was a threat to change or an attempt to change the very DNA of our country. This was a devious attempt to try and destabilize India's growth story. That is the reason why this group, which has its roots in terror outfit Simi, Indian Mujahideen, which has its connections to entities that are a bane on humanity the world over. That is the reason why this group and its workings had to be contained, had to be curbed, and more importantly, it had to be cracked down, weeded, uprooted once and for all. That has been the attempt in perhaps what is the largest ever crackdown, internal security-wise, that has ever happened in our country. Simultaneously across 13 states, more than 106 people arrested, right from the top leadership to the grassroots worker involved in any leadership or organizational role with this organization and its various offshoots. It's a comprehensive crackdown, ladies and gentlemen, that's been undertaken. First up, the mega exclusive as far as the inside track on this pan-India operation. Let's try and understand this pan-India operation, the recce and planning. It's been underway since June 2022. More than 3 months have gone in planning for this entire crackdown. 1 week ago, all locations, verified targets were checked. Then, if you were to go, raid teams to non-BJP states were actually given CRPF cover. NIA led the raids. The Enforcement Directorate sent down at least 40 officials who would crack down on those involved in financial crimes like money laundering. And of course, 12 a.m., that is midnight, NIA teams including the DG in control room, IB Director Tapan Deka was in the IB control room. At around 1 a.m., the NSA, Ajit Doval himself, was in the Intelligence Bureau control room looking at manning the operations. So right from the very top, the operations were manned as it was a pan-state, pan-India, multi-state raid. Where all did the raids take place? Of course, Kerala, which is the hub of PFI's activities. It's its nerve center. 39 locations there. Tamil Nadu, 16 arrests. Andhra Pradesh, 16 arrests. So the raids that have taken place and the arrests that were made. Telangana, there was raid in one place. West Bengal, there have been arrests and raids. There have been arrests and raids in Rajasthan and in Delhi and in Uttar Pradesh. 3 people arrested in Delhi. So locations, if you were to see, it's pan-India. The spread is across more than 13 states, right from Assam and Manipur in the northeast of the country, all the way towards the west, Maharashtra, Rajasthan, even Madhya Pradesh was involved. Goa, there have been raids. Karnataka, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh. So all across the country, wherever the PFI had spread its operations and its wings, it has been cracked down. That's what has happened. 90 plus locations. And if you were to see, the total numbers are there for you. This is what stands out, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the information that we have at this point. Before we go to the next big story, what I told you is that we will cover 5 interesting big angles. Why there is a solid case for a comprehensive crackdown, shutdown of PFI and its entire organizational base and its operatives. But before that, we just set up the debate for today and also introduce our guests before we go across to the big exclusive here on this edition of The Right Stand. So it's a comprehensive PFI crackdown. Was this the most important and necessary bit? Let's try and understand that. Joining us this evening, we have Sushant Sareen with us, SP Vaid-Saab, Aarti Tikku is there, Abhijit Majumdar is there, Mr. N.K. Sood, and of course Ratan Sharda ji. Namaste and thank you very, very much to everybody for joining us. And now, let me bring to you, ladies and gentlemen, information courtesy our investigations editor Manoj Gupta, who I must commend for being the first to alert the entire news team, the entire network editing group, that these raids are happening and this crackdown is happening and the various dimensions. And of course, the other team, including Ashish Merishi, Arunima, Ananya, and so many of our reporters on ground who have kept us ahead right through the day in this perhaps biggest ever crackdown that's happened. So let's move on. This is the mega exclusive on PFI and its terror linkages to global terror outfits. So first up is the ISIS or the Daesh. At least 15 PFI cadre are currently part of the Islamic State. Abdul Rauf, PFI close associate of Mohammad Shelji of the ISIS. He supported ISIS logistically and financially in Syria and also in Khorasan. Abu Tahir of the PFI went to Syria for Hijrah and later joined the Daesh. Then Chalad Noor. Chalad Noor is a PFI arms trainer who also joined the Daesh. Then PFI cadre are also present right now in IS Khorasan in Afghanistan. Abdul Qayyum and others are part of this group. Now let's look at the next terror outfit, Ansarul Bangla team, that is the ABT. Members visited Murshidabad, met PFI leaders. This is also as per top government sources who have given this information to our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. They met PFI leaders. They coordinated on strategy and spread of PFI's activities. Then the faces. They back Nasser Madani, accused in the Bengaluru serial blast case. So again, giving cover fire to those accused in terror activities. They run social media accounts and channels seeking Madani's release. They follow multiple radical Islamic scholars like Sayyid Abu Maududi and Allama Iqbal. Also, PFI took over its agenda after Simi ban in 2001. So they have offshoots. Founder members of the PFI are erstwhile Simi members. PFI Vice Chairman E.M. Abdul Rahman was Simi National Secretary. PFI NEC member Professor P. Koya was a Simi member. PFI member Rashid Sheikh is ex-Simi member. Plotted Pune blast. Enough and more evidence that this lot is up to no good. They are highly radicalized and they have pan-Islamism as the offshoot or the bedrock of their activities and their thought process altogether. Let me start with Mr. SP Vaid. SP Vaid ji, many people are saying, is this too late or is it timely? But the 5 exclusive angles that nail the PFI. Comprehensive PFI crackdown. But Mr. Vaid, how would you see this crackdown? Do you think this is comprehensive, this is well planned? It's taken some time, but they have done it well.
It is no doubt about it, Mr. Narasimhan. Very well planned, very well coordinated, and very well researched before laying hand. And such operations require time. Such operations require a detailed investigation. Such operations require a lot of planning, a lot of surveying, a lot of surveillance, a lot of inputs from within the country and outside. You need many intelligence inputs dealing with external intelligence as well as internal intelligence. You need coordination with state police forces, investigating agencies, and I think it has been, though many of us felt why government is not acting, but then finally I'm glad such a terror outfit should not only be banned, it should be decimated in India. Because it's against the very idea of India, against, as you rightly put, 5 things, against India's growth story, against Bharat, against the internal security of the country. And I think such an organization should be decimated, not only followed by a ban order, because it can take new names. You need to arrest all its cadres, seal all its offices, choke its all funding, seize all its accounts. That is the kind of operation which is, I think, taking place, and that requires a lot of planning. Though a little late, but finally it has. I am glad it has happened.
But the test of legal scrutiny is going to be a big challenge. Sushantji, a lot of the information is there in public domain. Some of the inputs that we have got from the government in terms of intelligence inputs and information, this will all go into the dossier and the case that is going to be made against the PFI. One aspect is that they've not banned the organization yet. First, the crackdown has happened. Now, have they also been able to dry the of resources? Because this lot has been able to raise huge amounts of money to fight cases legally. They also have a battery of lawyers. And they also have international support. We'll get to that in just a bit. But where do you stand on this crackdown, Sushantji?
Anand, the first thing is that I am very pleasantly surprised that the government of India and the security agencies have stopped leaking like a sieve. Because earlier, if there was an operation which was being planned and which was actually being executed over almost 3 months before their final, they finally swooped down on these guys, there were some rumors that, some action could be taken, stuff like that, that there is an impending or an imminent ban which could be imposed. But nobody really got the whiff of such a large-scale operation, a well-coordinated operation across virtually the length and breadth of the country. So I think all congratulations to the investigating agencies for keeping it under the wraps and then just moving in for the kill in one go. Having said that, should this have been done earlier? I think this should have been done 10 years back when the first indications came of what kind of an organization the PFI was. I think we have been extremely remiss as a country to have allowed this organization to spread its tentacles, to infiltrate into various organizations, to actually instigate and incite violence, to indoctrinate a whole lot of people before this action has been taken. So I would definitely say that it is rather late in the day, but hopefully we can still limit the damage this organization is going to cause. Which then brings me to the question that you brought up. Now, I would imagine, Anand, that the fact that there was so much of clamor, and not just for the last 3 or 4 months, but for many years now, that action needs to be taken. I would imagine that the government has probably collected enough information to justify not just the crackdown, but I think the ban, which is quite imminent now. And then to be able to prosecute these guys in a court of law and procure sentences against them. I would imagine that they would have procured enough material to be able to do all of that. And that takes time. That's laborious work because, as somebody like Mr. Vaid is sitting out here, and I can't speak too much in front of him given his experience, but very often what used to happen in the past was that, it was a knee-jerk kind of a reaction. You arrested people and then you never built up the case. I think out here, I suspect and I hope that, the various tentacles of this organization are going to be exposed, that prosecutable evidence will have been procured, and that it will then lead this case to its logical conclusion. So I think if that is what has taken time, then I think that is something which can be condoned. But finally, I think we should never underestimate the enemy, and I don't think there is any other way of putting, what an organization like the PFI is. It is an enemy of the Indian people, and an organization like this will have support from outside India. It will have support from all kinds of dubious characters and dubious states across the world, which have an interest in undermining India's security and stability. And I think many of those will try and fund these guys. There are enough elements within India, who think or who profess or who pretend to be very liberal, very progressive, very secular. And all of these words are very noble, but they've been turned into cuss words and four-letter words by these characters. And they will try and defend an organization like the PFI and all its activities under the rubric of, this for secularism, for liberalism, for progressive values, and of course, the weaponization of democracy against democracy itself. So I think we need to be very careful about all of that. I'm hoping that the government will be and will take this to the logical conclusion. Fingers crossed on that.
Well, absolutely. NK Sudji, quick, we've got one more big input of the connection of the PFI with another big international outfit, which is again, its agenda is Pan-Islam. I'll come to that in just a bit, but NK Sudji is somebody who's, whenever he's come to the right stand, he's always taken this position that the PFI is the bane of a lot of our problems in terms of social unrest and social strife. and कई जगह से तार जुड़े हुए हैं. So today, Mr. Sood, you've called for a comprehensive crackdown. It has happened. Do you think it's been executed well? कि पहले केस बनाया, फिर तैयारी की गई, coordination किया गया, फिर crackdown हुआ, rather than the other way around. It's not knee-jerk.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Actually, the government or the agencies, they have waited for a long time. We were expecting that in 2020, something big will happen against PFI. But our government and agency, they waited. Now, you say that the agencies were waiting for the past 3 months. I think the government and agencies were waiting for the past 2 years to make out a good case. And this case has been made out. After this case has been made out, all this action has been taken. Now, PFI, I don't think the PFI will get much support. Of course, the only bothering point is the PFI that will be getting support from inside India, not from the Muslims, but from certain political parties. Already, Aam Aadmi Party has come in support of PFI. The leaders have started making some statements, which is very unfortunate. But as far as other countries are there, some people point out their fingers towards the Gulf. I don't think anybody in Gulf supports PFI or any activities against India, within India, by Muslims or any other organization. Only country besides Pakistan is Turkey. You see, PFI people, P. Koya, and one more PFI senior executive person, they had visited Turkey in October 2018 to seek their support. After going to there, they had met IHH, which is a militant organization in Turkey, and MDI, the Turkish intelligence. They had arranged this meeting. So, and especially the Turkish president and the people concerned with his family, they have links with the ISIS, Al-Qaeda. Russia in 2016 had made a complaint at the UN. They had written complaint to the UN about IHH. They said they had links with the Al-Qaeda.
Correct.
They have links with ISIS in Syria. So all these things are there, and you see the only country besides Pakistan who is supporting Pakistan in Kashmir is Turkey. Turkish president has been making this kind of statements. They are fanatics. They want to create peace. They want to disturb peace in India and other countries. They do not support the legal and peaceful activities. So this is the issue that India is going to take, and India is aware of whatever is happening there.
Right.
And I think whatever the Turkey does or the Pakistan does, what our government is alert, aware, and they know what to do and when to do, and they have done the right thing now.
You're a former you're a former RNAW officer, and that's why खबर से पहले आपने खबर बता दी. We are just going to come to that aspect. As far as the international aspect, the pan-Islamist aspect, Mr. Sood, this is the other aspect. The connection or the similarity between the PFI and the Muslim Brotherhood. Let's go across to this exclusive angle that we want to put out here on the right stand. Well, this is the aspect as far as the connection with the Muslim Brotherhood. This is the big aspect. The ideology is the same. One is politicize Islam. The other objective is the unity of Ummah. So the same objectives, re-establishing World Islamic Caliphate. Now, V.S. Achuthanandan and the Kerala government back in 2009-2010, if I remember correctly, had said that the objective of the PFI is to convert Kerala into a totally Islamic state in the next 20 years. Now, the Mission 2047 document that was found, and the intelligence also shared with us, that document talked about turning India into an Islamic state by 2024, 2047. So this pan-Islam, this entire aspect of establishing a caliphate, all of this is there. Now, look at the nomenclature parallels. The MB cadre or Muslim Brotherhood cadre are called brothers. The PFI cadre are called Banda. Banda is brother. So that's the kind of parallels you can draw. Quid pro quo. PFI and the Jamaat-e-Islami, key conduits to Muslim Brotherhood's India influence. There are direct linkages in the Middle East. PFI in close touch with the Muslim Brotherhood's Turkey chapter. N.K. Soodji just talked about Turkey and Turkey's involvement. PFI has ties with the Muslim Brotherhood's Muhammad Mahdi, Yusuf al-Qaradawi. PFI fundraising programs are in the Middle East with the help of Muslim Brotherhood's Yusuf al-Qaradawi. So the connection with the Muslim Brotherhood also stands established. So this is far, far greater in terms of the dynamic, a pan-Islam, Ummah, Islamic, caliphate kind of an agenda here. Abhijit Majumdar.
Yes, Anand, it's a terrific action, a day of terrific action today. The only thing is that this has to have equally determined follow-up in terms of, plugging the legal loopholes, finding I'm sure the agencies have been working this group for a long time, so they have been also they're familiar with the money details, where the fund coming, etc., etc. The thing is that PFI is just, is a name. Yesterday it was Simi, then it was Indian Mujahideen, then we have PFI. Something else may come up tomorrow. You remember when ISIS came up, it started making Al Qaeda look like a particularly aggressive NGO and nothing more. So unless you smash the head of the snake, unless you decimate the whole idea that PFI actually is built on, this is going to be futile. Having said that, if the government has taken so much time and has taken such amazing coordinated action across 15 states now?
Yeah.
13 to 15 states.
Correct.
I think they've done their homework, and but there is another point I want to make here. That the hardcore radicals, of course, many of them have been caught. Many many will be caught. A lot of underground activists, terrorists, etc. will be caught. There should be a watch out for people who have been fronting the PFI agenda in media, academia, everywhere. In protests like CA, where ED said that about 100 crores flowed in India. Through the PFI. So, this overground system, one should keep a very tight thing on, monitoring of that. I'll tell you, I'll just read out one para from the PFI document, the India Vision 2047 document that the agencies had got.
Correct.
It says party should utilize concepts such as national flag, Constitution and Ambedkar to shield the real intention of establishing an Islamic rule and to reach out to STs, SCs, OBCs. We would reach out to executive and judiciary and also strive to infiltrate our members at all levels in order to gather information and get favorable outcome in matters of our interest. So, you can guess how sinister it is.
Yeah.
It says create grievances where there are none. So it needs to, the whole ideology needs to be attacked.
No, and not just that, Artiji, you've also written about it, you've covered the activities, and you're one of the first people in the journalist fraternity for a while who've been saying that why is there not a comprehensive crackdown. So, but the other aspect, look at the thought process, how diabolic they are. And the way the organization works, it looks very benign on the face of it. Even when you meet them, they look to be very, very harmless. But look at their intent.
Anand, I have to compliment Home Minister Amit Shah for taking this bold decision, for executing the plan and preparing for it for such a long time. But at the same time, I do want to put this on record that this is the misfortune of India, this country, that it took us so long to come to this point. You see, the fact is that any Islamist radical organization is given a long rope to fulfill its agenda, which is essentially the establishment of Sharia and establishment of the Islamic rule. And the whole, idea of a regressive nation, regressive Khalifa, unless and until you crack down on such organizations, such people, such ideologues, you are essentially, in a way, encouraging that idea to That's what happened in India for such a long time, whether it was Simi, whether it was Indian Mujahideen, whether it was SDF, SDPI, and all these, different versions of Popular Front of India. All these groups and all the ideologues, they have been given so much freedom to idle hatred against Hindus, hatred against the other communities, and essentially what all has done is created hostility and animosity between Hindus and Muslims. This has been my biggest beef with every government in India for the last so many decades, that why are we giving them so much freedom? They are exercising all the fundamental freedoms that Indian Constitution gives us. They are using Indian democracy to subvert it, to subvert the idea of India that we have, an idea of India which is enshrined in the Constitution. So my issue really is that for the first time, the government of India, Home Minister Amit Shah has shown the will and determination that India can do it. India can shut down the shop of communal polarization, communal hate and animosity, which is created by Islamic radical groups. Yep. That is the bottom line. These Islamic radical groups operated exactly the PFI has been operating for a while. This is how it operated in Kashmir also. And we saw what happened when you gave a free hand to all the Islamic radical groups. You ended up having a massacre, a genocide, and ethnic cleansing of Kashmiri Hindus in Kashmir. You wiped out these Islamic radical groups, wiped out an entire indigenous community in Kashmir. Yeah, that's what you will get if you give a free hand, a long rope to
radical
organizations
outfits
like PFI. So I would say hats off to Home Minister Amit Shah that he has shown this resolve, and I think it is also going to bring, the well-meaning, the well-intentioned Muslims who want to live their life in peace and in a pluralistic India, and who identify themselves as part of the Indian civilization. So I think it is important to segregate fundamentalists within Islamic society, within Muslim society in India, segregate them completely, isolate them completely, and have Muslims who see themselves as Indian nationalists first, more than anything else, and give them a chance to, prosper in peace and harmony with other communities in India. I think this is a great initiative, great effort made by the Home Ministry. Hats off, and I hope
they say
this case is brought to a logical conclusion.
Exactly.
And it happens soon.
Exactly, because well begun is half done. It's only half done. The other half is left because the burden of proof is on prosecution. Even if it is the conditions slapped are UAP and PMLA, where the accused have to prove themselves innocent, because you're guilty till proven innocent. But still, the courts they will have to make a very strong case in the courts. Somewhere one gets the feeling that they have taken the last 1.5 to 2 years to build a very, very strong case, a watertight one where charges will stick on those who have now been arrested. Let's hope that works. Before I bring in Ratan Sharda ji, here is one more angle, ladies and gentlemen, the inner workings. The inner workings of the PFI. We get you details of the inner workings of the PFI. This is how organized and structured they are. OMA Salam is the chairman, that's the core leadership. The vice chairman is EM Abdul Rahman. He's the general secretary, and the general secretary is Anis Ahmed. So Anis Ahmed has been at the forefront of rebutting all the charges against the PFI. He's their more seen face. VP Nasiruddin is one of their secretaries. So these are the various secretaries. Afsar Pasha and Mohammad Shakif. So these are the secretaries. So that's the organizational structure. Then the core committees. PFI operations are handled by 15 different councils. Key operations are run by 4 departments, 4 major departments. There is the expansion department, the guidance department, the spy department, and they also have a physical training department. Then they have overseas wings. Where all do they have overseas wings? They have overseas wings in Saudi Arabia, which is headed by Sharafuddin Pazehari. Then they have overseas operations in the UAE, that's headed by Naushad. In Oman, it's headed by Ashfaq. In Qatar, you have Dr. Taj Alua, who's running the operations. And of course, after that in Turkey, which is run by NM Kuryakal. So this is largely in the Gulf, in this region, where they have their operations. And the Turkey operations have been very, very active in the recent past, ladies and gentlemen. So let me go across to Ratan Shardaji and ask him, Ratan Shardaji, the PFI believes they are the mirror, the Muslim mirror for the RSS. And they believe RSS is the bane of their existence. They are only going after the RSS. Why have you turned them into anti-national and anti-India? Their activities are only against the RSS. That's what they do. Even when they celebrate the Mopla riots and the Mopla massacre 102 years later, they walk around with the RSS figurines because saying this is how we'll treat the RSS.
See, PFI represents the global threat of Islam, the radical Islam of the global nature, where you find riots against Hindus in Birmingham, in Leicester, you find them in Kashmir, you find them in Kerala, Bengal. So this is the basic nature. And this happened even before RSS was born. So let us not, take their word for what they're talking about, because it's basic very nature of how the PFI works, because that is how the radical Islam works. I will just dismiss at that point. My larger point is, as I said, there's a global effort to create trouble across the world with every non-Muslim group, whether it's Jews, whether it's Christians or anybody else. Now, I would first of all, I'm very happy that three most difficult to please people like Mr. Baer, Mr. Shant Sareen and Mr. Sood have been very positive about this development. That gives a lot of heart, that makes me believe something is definitely right. And coming to the reason why these people survived, I will go back to your own first statement that Madani, who was involved, who was accused in the bomb blast, serial blast in Coimbatore, a resolution was passed in Kerala Assembly, which was supported by all the parties, including Congress, Muslim League, leftists, to give him a bail. If this is the kind of support they get, now Congress today said this raid on PFI is diversionary tactics. So indirectly, when you've got people who will give cover fire to these people, definitely government will do much more hard work than normally would be required to tackle these people.
Correct.
And I can definitely say this highly well-organized operation is one thing. My point is that the gloves are off. The Shaheen Bagh mentality, the Tablighi Jamaat mentality of letting people carry on with what they want to carry on and be benign to them has been given up. It's iron fist now, and I believe that this is not a small step. This is they have taken it a resolve to crush the very mentality, because banning same event create one more person, something else. Ideology is more important, which can create such multi-headed monsters. So this is an effort to simply crush the entire global network, where you've got people right from Bangladesh to Middle East to feed each other and to spread the propaganda. And this started way back 2012, when we saw the most horrendous riots across India, not against just the local people or specifically against Northeast, to protect the Rohingyas. At that time also the technology was used and street power was used. So when you are trying to crush it, has to be at one comprehensive level. I think this is the biggest operation ever after independent India, where the massive operation has gone against this entire network, the web of conspiracies, the web of terror, where everybody feeds on each other. There are covers on the front. Just like urban Naxals have a cover for the Naxals, violent Naxals, we have democratic parties, so-called. We have got so-called secular parties who are giving cover to these people, and that had also be exposed, I think, by not banning Simi and letting people keep on opening their mouth and exposing themselves. One of the important strategy was to let these people, more and more people get exposed and let them come out, and we know who is supporting whom. I've seen some farcical debates going on about what is the comparison between RSS and PFI. There is no comparison. RSS is a highly patriotic local organization. It has no affiliations worldwide. It doesn't encourage violence. It doesn't supplies terrorists, as your chart shows, to anywhere to kill people. So there is no comparison at all. But still they will carry on. And this is my very point, that you can crush the what is overground, how to take care of people who are providing them cover fire, providing them sleeper cells. And
So,
I think this is the area where these agencies seem to have worked. Funding is a
Ratan
big
Chardhan,
issue.
let me ask you this. Like Abhijit Majumdar was reading a passage from that Mission 2047 document where they said, let's use Constitution, Ambedkar and some of these common words and these angles to try and hide our actual agenda, that is of pan-Islamism.
Yeah.
Do you believe
Yes.
that this entire aspect of trying to target Hindus, Hindustan, people of India, RSS is a great foil? Use RSS Hindutva to go ahead and say, no, we are delineating Hindu and Hindutva. We are going after only RSS. Hindus are good people, but RSS and RSS people are bad people. So is this a very convenient narrative that's being stitched? Because you see political parties and political leaders also singing the same song.
See, this game of trying to differentiate intellectual gymnastics or trying to differentiate Hindutva and Hinduism was very clearly out in the open when dismantling Hindutva conferences took place in USA, where they said, we don't worry, we don't differentiate between Hindutva and Hinduism. You want to crush Hindus, you use any excuse or some such words of that kind, which have been clearly recorded in the seminars. Secondly, in Birmingham, what did the guy say? You give up RSS, you give BJP, we will protect you, or rather we will not trouble you. So clearly they are worried about organized Hindus, because Hinduism is the only, or essence of Hinduism or Hinduness is the only foil which will try to fight this highly supremacist, exclusivist idea and philosophy, because we believe in pluralism, we believe in inclusiveness, we believe in giving respect to all the religions. This is the big roadblock for these exclusivist religions. That is the reason they are trying to make RSS a whipping boy, and unfortunately secular lobby supports them, because nowhere, anywhere where RSS or BJP has gone, you have seen atrocities on Muslims. There have been more riots under Congress.
Right.
There have been, if you remember partition, the suffering people were all Hindus and Sikhs, and it was under Congress. Forget about others. Even in Kashmir, it was under Congress and secular parties that there was continuous aggression against Hindus, which finally led to exodus. And nobody came forward. Nobody talked about it. Media was not allowed to talk about that. So this is the condition of India, which is slowly turning, and people can see through the game that basically it is an ideology which is trying to take us back to 7th century and trying to say that this something belongs to because of Hindus. Because there was no RSS during Mopla riots, there was no RSS in direction, there was no RSS in entire 1400 years of history when crores of people lost their lives. And civilization
so
was
you're
totally
saying that
destroyed.
the agenda, the faces may be same, but like we drew the parallels here on the information and inputs that's coming from top government sources, the Muslim Brotherhood and PFI had similar agendas. So you're saying that this pan-Islamist agenda is something which precedes or predates even RSS or any other likely outfit like that. So that's your point of view, and there may be many who would agree with you. But we've got 2 more angles to cover. I've just got 10 minutes, so I'm going to go back to our guests one by one again quickly, just bringing through one more aspect of the PFI, how well-oiled a machinery this is. This is not just one organization. The PFI is well-oiled machinery. Let's try and look at this. Again, investigations editor Manoj Gupta getting us these details from top government sources. These are the various wings: the Campus Front of India, SDPI, National Women Front of India. These are just some of their organizations. They have nearly 15 different organizations. What's their job? Their purpose is to handle ideology and affairs of the PFI. Who are the sources of funds? Shamsul Ulema Arabic College, Shamsul Ulema Islamic Education Trust, Sadat Wakil, Zirkswalat Majlis. You have Madina Saqaf Fatil Islamia and Sunni Student Foundation. These are the sources from where they are generating a lot of funds. They have 15 frontal organizations who will manage the ideology and affairs, including the All India Imam Council Religions. Now, let's try and look at not just the source of funds, also the purpose. Then, so I'm just going to read out some more details which we've not put out here. Now, how did they start? How did they put out? How did they become so big, and how did they grow their tentacles so vast, SPYG? Because they have Rehab India Foundation, that is their charity wing. Then the outfit of the PFI is community development, that's their job. Programs, Green Valley Foundation. You have a national lawyers network. SDTU is a trade union wing. Women India Movement, Satya Sarani, Muslim Relief Network Charity, Junior Friends of India, which is their kids wing. They have Darul Kharda. These are so many outfits.
Mr. Narasimhan, look at the names. One is really attracted by the names, as if they are charitable organizations, as if they are, look at Campus Fund of India, Campus Front of India, PFI.
So from student Islamic movement, then to Indian Mujahideen, they become Popular Front of India. They become Campus Front of India. Naam bhi evolve kiya hai.
This is a cover and undertake all the activities. Their truth has come out in that Patna, the document of 2047, Ghazwa-e-Hind to be done by 2047. Now the intention has come out, but look at the front. Front is as if it is charitable organization. It is students welfare organization. It is women welfare organization. It is charitable trust of the Muslims, which is not the truth. They have, as you were mentioning, they have international linkages with brotherhood, Muslim Brotherhood, with Turkey, with in fact, one country has not been mentioned here, China. There was a funding where China would never like India's growth story to succeed, and they have links even in China. Funding is coming.
Yeah, 5 lakh rupees was given to one of them who was found with explosives.
Yes, and of course our immediate neighbor Pakistan is definitely very well involved. See, last 16-17 years, these activities were going on initially in Kerala, then tentacles spread to neighboring states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra. And ideally, action should have been taken when it was spreading its tentacles from Kerala to the other southern states. In fact, it should have been crushed then and there. But then, unfortunately, it was able to establish its linkages and its offices all across the country, as even to the northeast and Delhi and Rajasthan and UP and Bihar. And I think a lot of damage has been done, but still I must admire the kind of operation which has been undertaken today by the Honorable Home Minister's team, and Mr. Doval personally monitored it. I think this was required, and everyone was wondering why action was not being taken. I think lot of logistic and lot of intelligence and research work, investigative work had undergone, and that required time, because ultimately.
But sir, एक question I have limited time, but Vaid साहब, I have a question. You know, जब building illegal जगह पे illegal building बन रही है, तो building बनने क्यों देते हैं? बनने के बाद तोड़ने जाते हैं. इसको पहले ही तोड़ देना चाहिए था. इसको बनने ही नहीं देना चाहिए था. In our country we have this thing कि बनने दो उसके बाद जाके तोड़ेंगे. Be it a building or be it organizations, outfits like this, इनको पहले कर.
I tend to agree with you. In fact, if you ask me, that is unfortunately our culture. You must nip the trouble in the bud itself, and it right time pass. It took advantage of the leftist government in Kerala, and I think a nation expected the Kerala government itself to act at that time, but unfortunately no action was taken, and it was able to build linkages, build other partners, and grew like anything. In fact, in front of our eyes, when we knew everything, it was spreading its tentacles and ultimately causing so much of harm. And today, it has become a monster. Ultimately, we need to, as you rightly said, they have a lot of funding, and they will raise a battery of lawyers and highly paid lawyers who will defend them. I think we need to have strong evidence, and ultimately it has to stand the scrutiny of the court.
Well, let's hope it does. I quickly will take you through the next exclusive angle before we bring in Sushant Sareen, Narthi Tikku and Abhijit Majumdar, possibly, hopefully, for one final quick comment each. Now, this is how they're organized on social media and their web strategy. Try and understand this. They're very strong, but they're very cleverly handled social media presence. What they do is they incite sentiments against the government, BJP and the RSS. They try and rabble rouse. further narrative of Muslim suppression is created and they push it. They don't openly profess jihad, but further it as a last resort, saying अब कोई तरीका नहीं बचा, अब खुद खड़े होकर लड़ना पड़ेगा, अब नहीं लड़ेंगे तो कब लड़ेंगे, अभी सबक नहीं सिखाया तो फिर देखो हम ही खत्म हो जाएंगे. This is what is said. I'm not asking you to fight, but if you don't do it now, you don't have an option. That's the tone that is adopted. Senior leadership doesn't post inflammatory content from their own handles. What they do is they get fake posts, fake handles are created. They retweet. They don't post it themselves. They retweet, endorse, like, share, etc. And then after the material is posted, then these accounts are created few hours before the post, and then they become few hours later, these accounts become inactive. So it's a very smart strategy of shoot and scoot and fire from somebody else's shoulder. Sushant Sareen.
Yeah, so, in many ways, Anand, there's nothing very, original in what these guys are doing. There are other terrorist groups which have done similar, which have adopted similar tactics and similar measures, creating a web of organizations, getting... and it's not just countries, it's charities, for example, in the Middle East and other places where people will very readily support them, partly because of the kind of poisonous propaganda which has happened within our own country, that, everything, this country is a fascist country, and, all those familiar tropes that are used by these woke and crazy fellows who pretend, like I said earlier, who pretend to be liberal and progressive, and then you will have people including in, I don't want to name the institution, but who will say that, well, this is just dissent, what is wrong with it? Who will defend, the most bizarre things in the name of plurality of the society, in the name of tolerance, and they will tolerate terrorists in the name of tolerance. There was a retired Supreme Court judge who had once passed a ruling that, and a crazy character, who had passed a ruling that even just because you're a member of a terrorist organization does not mean that you have committed a terrorist act. That means the book cannot be thrown against you because you're a member of Al-Qaeda or ISIS. So we've had these kind of bizarre characters in the judiciary. We've had you were talking about why do you let a illegal building come up? Because you make money on both occasions. You make money when the building is coming up, and you make money when the building is being brought down. And you don't give a damn that whether the country is going to be coming up or coming down, as long as you are getting your money. So, you've had, I think Mr. Ratan Charda mentioned Abdul Nasir Madni.
Yeah.
It was at that point of time that you should have nipped this in the bud.
Correct.
Because Abdul Nasir Madni is in many ways a kind of a father figure for many of these groups. Right?
He's their ideologue.
And there was a whole lot of organizations in south of India which had never had the kind of religious tensions which were very common in north of India. But in the south of India, you had a whole lot of these radical organizations which I suspect, and we need to study a little more, a lot of them finally merged into organizations like the PFI or were, assimilated or became affiliates or became associates of organizations like the PFI.
Right.
So it was a very clever strategy, not very original, but very clever.
Right.
And hiding behind familiar tropes, democracy, dissent, secularism, progressive values, and then you have what you have.
True. Final 30 seconds I have to wind up, so I'll give that to Abhijit Majumdar. Yes, Abhijit.
Yeah, Anand, there are truckloads of cases against the PFI, right from TJ Joseph's, cutting off his hand to its involvement. I mean, of the 66 Indians who went to fight for the ISIS, many of them have PFI links to, this month, the whole Pulwari Sharif module, which was busted, has links, and they were trying to, planning to do something big during Mr. PM Narendra Modi's visit. But the point is that, that could all be proven in court, but we need to figure out, again, I say, people in intelligentsia, media, etc., who are being used or who are part of this entire movement. Who have, for instance, the whole Nupush Sharma case, how it panned out, how it unfolded is sinister. It required a huge amount of planning. Journalists going to CA, Shaheen Bagh and saying things which actually absolutely mirrored the document, the PFI document.
Right.
So these these are the, that is the next stage, I feel.
See, there is...
and I'm sure the intelligence agencies will...
There is this entire theory of implied culpability. What if this person is going to say? So if a Sadhvi Ritumbra can be blocked from giving her lectures or sermons or visiting a particular place because of what she could say or what she has been associated with, then that should apply to all these entities and all these people. Let the judges who are also talking about implied culpability and implied liability in certain cases, apply their minds in this case when it comes to national security and the interest of the country. Those who have, there should be implied liability and implied culpability on all of these people also. Otherwise, junk it all together. I leave you with that thought. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Aarti ji, NK Sood ji, SP Vatsap, Sushant Sareen, Ratan Sharda ji and Abhijit Majumdar. Thank you very much. Very engaging conversation. When we come back, we get you some more insights on this entire nationwide crackdown. Stay with us here on The Right Stand.
Competition in Nevada in the United States. The horrifying moment was captured on camera. The plane was seen hitting the ground and exploding into a fireball before bouncing several times and then tumbling to a stop. A detailed investigation has been ordered into the incident. An Egyptian cargo vessel capsized in Turkey, sending a number of containers into the sea. The ship was docked at Turkey's Iskenderun port, and the process of unloading boxes was going on when suddenly the cargo ship just keeled over. Fortunately, all crew members were evacuated safely and no injuries have been reported. A news channel in Illinois in the United States kept broadcasting even though the studio got flooded with several inches of water after a big storm. As they say in the television business, the show must go on. We leave you with this.
Sorry, guys. There's literally a lake. There's a lake that's in the studio right now because of all of the heavy rainfall here that kind of came in. So hold on here. Sorry, guys. So we're on the air here. Sorry, guys. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, our water is still coming in here, and it's even worse in the back. Yeah.
Russian President Vladimir Putin made a rare address to the nation for a stunning announcement, that of a partial draft.
With his war on Ukraine grinding on for 7 months, Vladimir Putin announced a partial mobilization in Russia. Putin has signed a decree calling on 3 lakh reservists, that is, people who have had military training, to fight in Ukraine from Wednesday. Putin's announcement comes a day after Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold referendums this weekend on becoming part of Russia. After Ukraine's successful counterattack, Kremlin's plans to annex 4 regions is likely to further escalate the war. This is Russia's first mobilization since World War II.
So why has Vladimir Putin ordered this partial mobilization, and that too at this stage of the war? There has been a big counter-offensive by the Ukrainian forces, particularly in Kharkiv, the second biggest city. The Kremlin claims at least 5,900 Russian troops have been killed in the war over the last 7 months, although the unofficial estimates are much higher. Ukraine claims that up to 50,000 Russian troops are dead so far. 1,000 elite officers, pilots, as well as intelligence experts have been killed over the last 7 months. And just hours after the war mobilization announcement by Vladimir Putin, protests have broken out in different parts of Russia. There are also reports of young people trying to flee the country. This comes amidst rumors that men of combat age will not be permitted to leave the country. Flights from Russia to neighboring countries are fully booked. That's not all. Vladimir Putin is also threatening the West in that same speech that he made to the nation earlier today. He's threatening the West with a nuclear strike.
Putin wasn't bluffing in stating that Russia will use all available means to protect its territory, essentially meaning that nuclear weapons are not off the table. Russia's military doctrine allows the use of tactical nuclear weapons if the Russian state is threatened. So essentially, Putin is betting that by increasing the risk of a direct confrontation between NATO and Russia, the West may blink over its support for Ukraine. Russia has already used long-range hypersonic missiles in Ukraine, which can fly faster than 6,000 kilometers per hour. But most are viewing Putin's nuclear threat as a sign of panic, because the war is not going his way.
Meanwhile, US President Joe Biden addressed the United Nations General Assembly, slamming Putin's mobilization move.
Russia's calling up more soldiers to join the fight. And the Kremlin is organizing a sham referendum to try to annex parts of Ukraine, an extremely significant violation of the UN Charter. This world should see these outrageous acts for what they are. Putin claims he had to act because Russia was threatened. But no one threatened Russia. And no one other than Russia sought conflict.
Meanwhile, in Uttar Pradesh's Shahjahanpur, one biker had an unfortunate experience with a buffalo.
A woman was walking the buffalo on a narrow road when a biker crossed them. The sound of the bike scared the buffalo, and suddenly the animal lunged at the man, knocking him off his bike. The man fell on the side of the road while his bike was flung several meters ahead. As the man lay injured on the road, the woman came to check on him. Within a few minutes, some bystanders also ran to the man's rescue. The biker was rushed to the hospital and treated for his injuries.
The Kerala leg of Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra involved a major gaffe. A poster of the Yatra had a photo of VD.
Back on the right stand with the latest on the inside track of this pan-India operation. Let's quickly take you through what has happened. It is 15 states, ladies and gentlemen. 15 states, 90 plus locations where the raids happened. 39 locations in Kerala, 16 in Tamil Nadu, 7 in Andhra Pradesh, 1 in Telangana, 1 in West Bengal. Then over to the north of the country and west of the country. Maharashtra, 4 locations. Karnataka, 12. Rajasthan, 4. Madhya Pradesh, 1. Delhi 2, Uttar Pradesh 2, Bihar, Assam, Manipur. So it's pan-India crackdown that we are witnessing as far as the crackdown on the PFI is concerned. Now, let's try and look at the inside scoop. What happened where? Step 1 was the pan-India raids were planned 3 months ago. Since June 2022, the preparations have been going on. All locations were verified. Targets were checked a week ago. The government monitored preparations of the raids very, very closely. Teams to non-BJP states, NIA teams were attached with the CRPF. So local police was not actively involved in non-BJP states. NIA teams including DG were in the control room since 12 a.m. IB control room was monitored by Director Tapan Deka. NSA Ajit Doval was also present in the IB control room from 1 a.m. Bulk of the arrests were concluded before 6:30 a.m. in the morning. It's the biggest crackdown ever. What the searches have revealed is that there is a deep-rooted conspiracy to cover up the source of the funds. Money transfers from abroad, expats sent to families, small amounts of money transfers sent to PFI and its affiliates. As far as the money is concerned, ED, 40 people of the ED were on ground and many have been booked under PMLA. Donation slips with 5 rupee worth were found. Crowdfunding paperwork was kept at PFI officers. Attempt to camouflage the real funding route was also made. So there is financial and of course many incriminating documents that have also been seized. We'll continue to be on top of this entire crackdown and getting you the latest. But for the moment, winding up the right stand. Zaka with Brastak.
Good evening, this is Brastak. I'm Zaka Jacob. Rahul Gandhi, in the middle of his Bharat Jodo Yatra today, has made one thing amply clear. In a press conference, he said categorically that he is not going to stand for Congress president. So then it boils down to Ashok Gehlot, who is going to be seen as the Gandhi family candidate, versus Shashi Tharoor, who is of course the G23 candidate. Ultimately, the moot question is, how and why does this election matter? Does it matter at all? If Rahul Gandhi keeps his word and he does not run, like he said today in an open press conference, and a non-Gandhi becomes the Congress president, then will that rob the BJP's plank of dynastic politics? Or no matter who wins and goes on to become Congress president, will it be the Gandhis who run the party by remote control? But first, the story so far.
मैंने कैंपेन में क्लियरली बोला था कि जनता मालिक है और मालिक ने ऑर्डर दिया है, डायरेक्शन दिया है, तो मैं सबसे पहले नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को बधाई देना चाहता हूं.
More than 3 years after Rahul Gandhi stepped down as Congress president following the party's humiliating defeat in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, he's not changing his mind.
In the last press conference, I made my position very clear. Then that remains my position. You are taking on a position. It's a historic position.
While Rahul Gandhi has ruled himself out of the race, he has made it clear that whoever does win can't keep two posts.
What we have decided, जो हमने उदयपुर में decide किया, वो कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक commitment है, तो I expect that commitment will be maintained.
Rahul Gandhi was referring to Congress's one-man, one-post policy. While he didn't drop any names, it was a message for Ashok Gehlot, who's a front-runner for the post. Earlier, Gehlot had claimed that he can juggle multiple posts if required, which meant that there would not be an opening for Sachin Pilot in Rajasthan. But after Rahul Gandhi's comment, Gehlot changed his tune.
Congress president जो होता है, बनता है, वो जस्टिफाई भी कर पाता है अगर वो पूरे मुल्क में उसको काम करना है, तो दो पोस्ट पे काम हो नहीं सकता है. पर इसमें कोई बाहर नहीं है, जो कि अभी मीडिया में आ रहा है, उसके अंदर ये इलेक्टेड पोस्ट है, कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है इसके अंदर. वन मैन वन पोस्ट का फॉर्मूला लागू नहीं होता है, परंतु कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट कोई बनता है तो वो दो पोस्ट पे काम नहीं कर सकता.
Apart from Gehlot, the other possible contenders are Shashi Tharoor and Manish Tiwari. Whoever it turns out to be, what's increasingly apparent is that a non-Gandhi will take over the party when the results are announced on the 19th of October. But will it work? After all, it's Rahul Gandhi who's leading Congress's Bharat Jodo Yatra, walking 3,570 kilometers over 12 states, in a yatra which is being seen as a curtain raiser for the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. So will the Gandhis actually give up control of the party? Or will a new non-Gandhi party chief be remote controlled?
All right, so will Rahul Gandhi stick to his word and not run to be the next Congress president? What does that mean for India's politics as we go into 2024? Is it going to be Ashok Gehlot versus Shashi Tharoor? And more importantly, will Mr. Gehlot be seen as the unofficial official candidate? And of course, Shashi Tharoor is the G23 candidate. Joining us on the talking point this evening, Shehzad Poonawala here in our studios, BJP spokesperson, Charan Singh Sapra, Congress spokesperson, Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist who's been tracking the Congress for a number of years now. Professor Nalin Mehta is the author of the new book, The New BJP, and Sanjay Jha, formerly with the Congress and now a political analyst. Shehzad Poonawala, I'll start with you first. Whether you like it or not, Mr. Rahul Gandhi today in the press conference says categorically in front of all people, it's been broadcast across the nation, he is not going to run. Will you take him at his face value? Because you guys have been going on and on about dynastic politics, dynastic politics, dynastic politics. He says he's not running.
I take him entirely on his face value because having power without responsibility is the first byword of the Gandhi family. What they did with Manmohan Singh is exactly what Rahul Gandhi is going to do with the next Congress president, and don't buy my word for it. Mr. Chidambaram has gone on to say, whoever will be the president, Rahul will have a preeminent, or maybe I read it as permanent place in the party. This is Mr. Chidambaram's statement. Then you have Mr. Muralidharan come out and say, who is a former president of the Kerala Congress, whoever contests the post of the party president, only a person with the support of the Nehru family would become the president. And how free and fair are these elections? Well, 5 MPs, including Mr. Tharoor, have demanded where's the electoral rolls. So, you know, the entire system has been rigged in such a manner that the only person that can win is actually a Darbari of the Congress first family. And he will be remote controlled by the Congress first family. And even the last election that these people claim was a free and fair one was the Jitendra Prasad election, 24 or even more than 24 years, in 2000. Actually, Mr. Jitendra Prasad, before he passed away, had given an interview in which he said that the match was fixed behind my back. This is what he said about that election. And for the last 24 years, they've had only one family. Whereas you compare with a party like BJP, we've had 9 presidents who've been elected.
So, Charan Singh Sapra, the contention by the BJP being that whether or not Mr. Gandhi decides to run, whether or not he decides to contest, fact is, if it's Mr. Gehlot will be nothing more than a Darbari controlled by the remote control, which still happens to be with the Gandhi family. Please respond.
See, Zaka, 2 things. Number 1, everybody should appreciate that Shri Rahul Gandhi, whatever he said in 2019, while taking the moral responsibility of the loss in the general elections, he resigned and he said that no person from the Gandhi family will become the president of Congress party. And he's adhering to what he had said at that time. And but today also, everybody has seen his press conference and you have also judged in the right way. And he has in fact, or Srimati Sonia Gandhi, in fact, they have said that next Congress president will be an elected and not a selected Congress president. Now, as far as BJP's spokesperson is concerned, I would like to tell him when he's talking about a rubber stamp or a Darbari, I feel whosoever becomes the Congress president or elected Congress president will be more effective and a good decision maker, better than JP Nadda. Now, he has to decide whether JP Nadda is a Darbari or is a rubber stamp of Narendra Modi or RSS or what it is. But definitely, Congress President Srimati Sonia Gandhi and Shri Rahul Gandhi is going to give a free hand to the new elected Congress President.
Sabra Sahab, I'll ask that to Shehzad before I go to the analyst. But I want a quick clarification from what you're saying. Let's say Mr. Gehlot runs and Mr. Gehlot wins, because everybody in the Congress knows he's the unofficial family ka candidate, even though the family is not endorsing anyone formally. The fact is, you ask any Congress person, if Mr. Gehlot runs, Mr. Gehlot is running on behalf of the family. So then how are you going to clear this misconception that the family is not going to remote control the party anymore?
See, this is your interpretation, Zaka. When a senior leader like Shri Ashok Gehlot, who has a vast experience, a matured leader who has been, a number of times he has been the chief minister, he has been the central minister, he has been the AICC general secretary, a person of that stature cannot be a rubber stamp. He has his own way of working, he has his own vision, he is going to implement his vision. That's why I said that he will not be JP Nadda. And what is JP and how many elections the BJP has done? If the BJP spokesperson is talking, let me remind him, or let him tell me what was the last date when BJP held an election for the president.
So let's ask him that. Let's ask him that. Shehzad is here in the studio. Shehzad, Mr. Nadda, your party president, there was no election to choose him. There was not a formal election that elected Mr. Nadda. If you're saying Ashok Gehlot will be the rubber stamp or the Darbari, Mr. Nadda, the Congress is saying, is also a rubber stamp in your party.
Well, you know, that is the biggest misconception. In fact, in the last 24 years, the BJP has elected 9 presidents at last count. They have elected one Ma Beta, selected or coronated rather. And let me tell you about Mr. Nadda's election. Under Article 19 of the Constitution of the Bharatiya Janata Party, first a national committee and a state committee is constituted, which comprises the electoral college for this election. And after that is done, and I'll also tell you this was sent to the Election Commission.
One second, sir.
We can have a civilized debate. Before Mr. Nadda's election, 75% of the booth committees, 50% of the mandal committees, 60% of the Zilla committees and 21 state committees were constituted as per elections. The entire record was sent to the Election Commission along with the schedule for the election. Yes, this was a unanimous election because
so I was going to ask, who stood against him?
No.
Nobody stood against him.
No, that does not mean that that's not an election.
Somebody has to stand against you. No, I mean, otherwise, how is it an election?
Zaka, an election is when you have the ability for anybody to come and contest freely and fairly.
Okay.
There are many presidents of our country who were elected unanimously because there was no contest.
Sure.
The lack of a contest doesn't mean it's not an election.
No, for example, what the Congress is saying is, if it is going to be Gehlot versus Tharoor, at least there is an election. You didn't have an election.
Let me answer that part specifically. If there is going to be a contest, Gehlot and Tharoor have to first go and do Malkin se Manjuri, that Malkin, can I go and contest? Is this an election? Malkin being Sonia Gandhi and the Manjuri for the workers of the Congress. See, it's not a party. It's like a private limited company that the driver or the employee has to go and ask the owner that Sahab main kar loon. Secondly,
because you know it's a fair point you're making, because 2 days back, Shashi Tharoor went and met Sonia Gandhi, and right after that there were stories after stories. Everybody carried it saying he went and sought permission. Of course, then after that the damage control happened. But if that's the case, again, I'm coming back to that point. Whoever wins, how will he or she, dispel this misconception, according to you, that they are a Darbari / remote controlled candidate? Mr. Sabha.
Zaka, if the BJP earlier presidents, they were selected unanimously, as the BJP spokesperson is talking, then even Srimati Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, they were also elected unanimously. In 2018, Rahul Gandhi was elected unanimously. So when they are getting elected unanimously, why they are pointing out to Congress party as a parivarik party or the party of dynasty? Number one. Number two, what you said about meeting Srimati Sonia Gandhi.
Yeah.
See, it is the Indian tradition. Whenever in Indian tradition a person has to do go for a big contest or a big job, he takes blessings from the senior. Let me give you example of Indian wrestlers also. We have seen number of time that wrestler before going into the bout, वो अपने गुरु का पांव छूते हैं और अपने गुरु का ही पांव नहीं छूते, वो अपने ओपोनेंट के गुरु का भी पांव छू लेते हैं.
ठीक है, वो श्रद्धा के लिए गए थे, आशीर्वाद लेने के लिए गए थे, not permission. Okay, let me go to the analysts, please. They've all been waiting. Nalin has been waiting, Rashid has been waiting, Sanjay has been waiting as well. Nalin, I'll start with you first. Look, when the Prime Minister spoke on Independence Day, he said two things. We have to wage a war on two things between now and 2024, one of which was dynastic politics. Now, assuming Mr. Gandhi is true to his word, what he said today publicly in the press conference, he's not going to stand for the election, and whoever the next Congress president is, can the Congress legitimately turn around and say that, look, where is the question of dynastic politics? A non-Gandhi is Congress president, Mr. Rahul Gandhi is merely a member of parliament from Wayanad. So the BJP loses its plank, its principal plank of attack against the Congress of dynastic politics. Or does it, according to you?
So in my view, Zaka, what is happening now is a good forward move, because the Congress has not had elections for a very long time. However, whoever is elected the president, if it's a non-Gandhi, and we've got various names on the table, this will really only matter as far as politics is concerned if the Gandhis actually give up control of the Congress and do not do backseat driving. If the new president is actually the full sarve sarva of the new Congress. Otherwise, the charge of dynastic politics will remain, because otherwise what it means is power without responsibility. And I think that is the real challenge. So, the fact of the matter is Rahul Gandhi remains the face of the Congress. How much of his people will still control appointments, how much of his role he'll still have in ticket selection, how much he's still setting the discourse, all of that, if that doesn't change, then this election has the risk of becoming a Potemkin kind of election. I think that is a risk for the Congress in this.
No, so let me ask you a follow-up before I go to Sanjay and to Rashid. So if the primary complaint against Rahul Gandhi is he's inaccessible, he's controlled by a coterie, if either of these two win, Ashok Gehlot wins or Shashi Tharoor wins, surely that coterie is not going to decide. That coterie is going to lose its importance, its value. Nalin.
So that is something we have to wait and see, Zaka, because surely that is something we have to wait and see how that unfolds. But the fact of the matter is, the real question is, will the Gandhi family continue to be the power behind the throne, even if somebody else is sitting on the throne or not? Or is it going to be like when it was Sitaram Kesri was president, where it didn't really matter and there were different power centers, or is it going to continue like this? At the moment, the jury is out on that.
You'll famously remember Sitaram Kesri, though he was appointed by Narasimha Rao, eventually they went on to become not so the best of friends. But let me ask Sanjay Jha, as somebody who is with the Congress party, and you've openly come out and endorsed Shashi Tharoor's candidature, and I want to ask you, what is the serious chance of Mr. Tharoor A, contesting, and B, more importantly, winning if, let's say, Ashok Gehlot is the candidate opposite him? And I'll ask you this specifically because, of course, Mr. Tharoor is articulate, he is suave, he's ambitious, he's also, someone who would send a signal to congressmen and women that If he can become Congress president, then so can anyone. As Shehzad and the BJP spokespersons always remind you, there have been 9 or 10 BJP presidents in the last 10 to 15 years. Mr. Tharoor, if he were elected your president or your party's president, could then set that example that, look, I had no big backers. I was in fact opposed to the establishment. I am the anti-establishment candidate and I won. But the question is, will he, can he in the current setup, if Mr. Gehlot were to run against him?
Zaka, a very pertinent question, and I would like to answer that. Before that, one point that I do need to make, that the biggest remote control in the country is actually run out of Nagpur, and that is run by the RSS. And that's the family that actually controls Indian politics. So let's not even spend time on the hyperbole of the BJP spokesperson on your show. But let's answer your question. I do believe that, what Nalin says has a grain of truth. But, we are being politically naive in assuming that just because the Gandhis won't be formally holding a position, they need to become politically relevant. I don't think so. I think that's a rather bizarre assessment. Today, if you ask any congressman, and Charanjit is here on your show, today, if an election is held and assuming Rahul Gandhi were to say, I want to contest it, he will actually get the votes of 90% of the delegates.
No, we know that. We also know he's not running. Now tell me who's winning.
Yeah, so that's my first point is, therefore, the acquisition of remote control would happen, whether even Mr. Gehlot wills, that will happen. Even if Sashi wins, by the way, people will say, you know what, he's meeting with Sonia Gandhi. There must be an element of dynamism to that meeting. If today, for example, Manish Tiwari wins, they will say, well, even he's a planted puppet through some mysterious conspiracy.
No, but
so
Sanjay, so did Shashi Tharoor go to seek blessings or permission or what? Because all kinds of stories are doing the rounds.
I'll answer that because I know Sashi very well. I can tell you very frankly why this is a terrible rumor going around, but I need to clarify on your show, which is very popular, Zaka, that Sashi went there because he's been very publicly articulating the fact that he's not convinced about the electoral college and certain opacity or transparency that is needed. And I think Mrs. Gandhi basically wanted to reassure him that if he was in the game, all these allegations were meaningless and he should desist from making them because they will unnecessarily erode the credibility of the whole election process. So I don't think there was any yes, and all the fake news being spread by the BJP is because they are palpably nervous because a resurrected Congress can actually be a big threat to the BJP.
You know, the funny part is, well, you're well within your right to say that the BJP actually spread these stories about seeking permission, but I think I know at least 1 or 2 people who are necessarily not from the BJP stable who were sending these stories out. But anyway, leave that aside. I want to ask Rashid Kidwai, because the critical and most fundamental question is this. Up until now, we were led to believe, and he said it in as many words, that Mr. Gehlot, while he may be inclined to contest to be the next CP, fact is he doesn't want to give up Chief Ministership of Rajasthan. Till yesterday, that was his position. Then he met Sonia Gandhi yesterday, today he met Rahul Gandhi, and after which his position suddenly has been, even though there is no one-man, one-post rule in the Congress, fact is that the president of the Congress party is a big responsibility. You're in charge of all the state units across the country. Therefore, one has to do justice to that job. You can't have 2 jobs while you're Congress president. So are we to believe that Mr. Gehlot is finally being softened up, that if he were to run, he may likely win, and if he were to win, he will give up the chief minister's post?
Yes, Zaka, indeed. Why do you think Mr. Ashok Gehlot's name came up? Because the Congress party, in its wisdom, wants to settle the kind of never-ending that fight that was going on in Rajasthan between Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. So the move to elevate Mr. Gehlot has a bearing on the internal politics of Rajasthan, where it's in all likelihood Mr. Sachin Pilot would become chief minister. This was all along Mr. Gehlot's posture that he would say that he wants to continue on both posts and one man one post norm doesn't apply to the Congress president, etc. Because he would want an assurance not only for himself to have a smooth sailing in the internal election, where, by the way, many of the panelists are saying, but Zaka, the loyalty to the party and to some extent to the leadership is a prerequisite. You cannot have an absence of it. You see, if Rahul Gandhi contests, he is opposed on grounds of perpetuating dynasty. If he doesn't contest, he is accused of doing the backseat driving. Tell me, is there a third scenario? Is it feasible? Is it logical?
No. The point, Rashid, is that if Mr. Gehlot were to run, whether you like it or not, and Charan Sapra will deny this, but fact is that most congressmen and women will see him as the establishment candidate. And they will see Shashi Tharoor as the anti-establishment candidate. That's just the way it is.
No, that's how. But I'm saying in any political party, in any religious group, in any such thing, when there is a kind of, a loyalty quotient has to be high,
of
then
course
people will be judged by that yardstick.
Sure.
If there is a pro-change, wind in the Congress, they would perhaps go for Shashi Tharoor, regardless of what, Gandhi's want or, do not want. The Congress history is full of such instances.
Okay.
Well, Tandon won in spite of Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash Chandra Bose in spite of Mahatma Gandhi. So I'm saying,
No, that is a different era. Tell me, post Mrs. Gandhi, have there been Congress presidents who have held the post for a reasonable period of time without the blessings of the family, post 1970s, let's say?
Allow me 1 minute.
Yeah.
I have seen in Calcutta in 1997, the entire Congress Working Committee election took place, and many won. Whom Mr. Sitaram Kesri was a Congress president who wanted him to get defeated. Same thing happened in Tirupati when P.V. Narasimha Rao was Congress president. There was no Gandhi family around. And Narasimha Rao wanted many of these things, including Arjun Singh, to be defeated. He went on to, poll second largest number of votes. So this happened.
Okay. All right. Shehzad wants to respond. Yeah, Shehzad.
Zaka, there are a couple of things that we need to understand. Firstly, let me give you an example right from this debate, and I hope I'm not interrupted. Somebody said that Mr. Tharoor had to seek the clarification of Sonia Gandhi, but she is not the CEC of the party. She is 10 Janpath. What role does she have to clarify or to assure anybody in this electoral fray? It should have been first Madhusudan Mistry. Otherwise, there is no faith in this institution of CEC within the Congress. Secondly, Rahul Gandhi is just a MP, ordinary MP from Wayanad.